How we feeling, nerds? Time to get started? Let's do it. Hi. You can't tell from my outfit, I'm supposed to be in Miami right now. Well, I will be in 24 hours, but had to get one last stream up before I go because there's a lot going on and I don't want to fall too far behind. It's not an intro. The stream was scheduled for 1 o'clock and it's 1:06. I just went live early so people can start showing up. Hi, y'all. Yeah, RIP tuples and records. The UUID drama will be fun. We'll get there in a bit. And you don't get to see this just yet. We'll see it later. Yes, they did trademark those. I am going to talk about the Spain Cloudflare stuff too. I have that in the list. You know what? This is mid-priority too. Not as much so as the others. I'll mark it as such, but it's less priority than the rest. I need to add like a numeric priority field at some point. I am very happy with the new look. Looking at old photos and videos of myself is painful now. I know about Turbo Puffer. Oh, the link got broken. Yeah, I know Turbo Puffer. Interesting project. Yeah. I am like not a good person to talk about the 4chan incident. It's like so deep on the security side and a little bit in the politics side, just nothing I have anything meaningful to add to. And there's too much other shit here that I have a lot to add to. Like a lot to add to. So it's going to be a busy stream. So one thing I saw, and I haven't been able to replicate or like find, someone linked this uspto.report site and it keeps timing out, and they had a screenshot of it that showed the dev mode trademark was still like waiting to be approved. And I was hoping I could find proof of that somewhere, but I have not been able. And no, I'm not buying devmode.com. It's a little expensive for my taste. It'd be the most expensive domain I've purchased. Audio on X is bad. I can't do anything about Twitter being such a mess. The live streaming platform on Twitter was purchased from Periscope like a decade ago, and it's been just sitting there falling apart since. Cloudflare's open source program. Interesting. That's cool. Yeah, thanks for the kind words about T3 chat. I'm pumped people have been liking it so much. I've gotten so many messages from like people who don't like me saying, so I tried T3 chat because I want to try a new model, and I didn't realize you were actually a good dev. Holy shit. Just stuff like that. It's been really funny. We thank all the subs that dropped while we were getting ready. Emily starting us off strong with the tier 3 for 10 months. Always good to see you. Thanks so much for the support. 2 years from Januland here. Thank you again for the endless support. We got David CA here, 5 months in. Matt here with the 9 months. Thank you so much for the support. Jack here with the Prime. Rough Patch, 6 months of tier 1. Lucifer just hitting that 1 year mark. Thank you all for the support. Updated here. Oh. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I didn't know it was the same person. Really appreciate that. But yeah, I don't think it's. Yeah, you corrected it all there too. Thank you. I really appreciate the clarification. I use my replies as a source probably too often, but it means a lot. Thank you for the help. Also, that was first time message. Good shit. You bring a lot of value for being new. Appreciate it a ton. I promise you 1,500 messages a month is enough. It's 50 a day. But I'm hearing this often enough, we might change how aggressively we push that number because so many people have said this, and then when they use it, they end up like under 400 messages a month. They're like, I don't know why I was so worried. Oh, thank you guys. Got a ton of y'all here already. I have not as much time as usual today because I have to go film some things off stream after and finish packing and finish grabbing stuff and getting ready in order to fly out tomorrow morning. So we got to get going sooner than usual. We'll do the marker for offset. We'll go for 1525. Rad. So the funny thing is when we implement limits, we don't get complaints. Like we changed the context window size for Claude because people were abusing it. It cut our cost in half, like 50% cheaper. And we got one complaint about it. The people who are abusing the system know they're abusing the system. So if we add stricter limits, they don't complain because they know that it's abuse. But if I raise that limit, we're just inviting that same type of abuse. I want to find a good way to do it where people feel like things are reasonable and fair. And we're being transparent. But at the same time, the people who are nonsensically worried that 1,500 is too low will stop worrying. And it's a hard balance to strike. Yo, Axstorm, thank you so much for the subs. Really appreciate it. And we got Steven Builds here with the Prime 2. Dan throwing the 1 year mark. Year of harassment. Appreciate each and every month of it. And Wouter here for 24 months, 33 total. Jesus Christ, you guys have been around forever. We got Axstorm here with the Prime as well. Thank you all for the support, guys. Wrong button. Here we are. I was on vacation for almost a week. It was Wednesday 2 weeks ago to Monday or Tuesday, or a week ago. So I was gone for quite a bit. But yes, I am back and back at it. Since I had so much content ready to go before I left, we were able to like maintain pace, and it doesn't even really look like I was that gone. But I absolutely was. You can even see it in the viewership numbers. I have bad news, Flamey. Not only do we have to cut the token limit for 2.5 Pro, it costs more as you go over a certain token limit. It's the only model where the number of tokens increases cost per token. Not like, obviously, if it's 200K tokens, it's twice as much as 100K. But over 200K tokens, each token costs more now. So I have slightly different plans. The direction I'm thinking of going in for T3 chat is you have models that are effectively unlimited on pay tier. So things like Gemini Flash, 4.1 Mini and Nano, Grok 3 Mini, all the like cheap ones, you'll get like 50 plus credits a day that don't count towards your like monthly. And then we have a separate 1,000 a month for things that are normally priced. And then we keep the premium tier for the things that are not normally priced. Yeah, I would estimate like 30 to 40% of our costs are what I would filter under abuse. Our margins are still okay, but if we're not careful, it'll get bad fast. So we have to make sure that like most users cost us way under $8 a month, but like a very small number of users can cost us hundreds of dollars a month. This is basically impossible to communicate to users. The more likely thing is if you want to have a huge amount of context, we will force you into projects and we'll probably have a higher monthly fee for that. But like, we can't let you send 1,500 messages a month using a 200K token window. That would cost us an ungodly amount of money. Like, we can just do out the math for it quick. Gemini 2.5 Pro price. So it's greater than 200K. We'll just flat it out at 200K. Let me make sure I'm not leaking things when I open a cursor. Okay, cool. Let's do this math out. So 200K tokens, input 200K, X, 125. Wait, no, it's a 2.5. Output. We'll just say it's probably going to be in the 8,000s. We'll just say 6,000 for making the numbers a little less painful. 6,000 times 15 over 1 mil. So output per message cost is 9 cents. Input per message cost 50 cents. So 59 cents times 1,500. You would cost us $900 fucking dollars. We're not going to support that. Do you understand? Like, I'm not trying to be a greedy asshole here. I'm trying to make sure people who want this, the 0.01% of our users who are looking for this, don't ruin our service and ruin our pricing for everyone else. That's all. Even with caching, you're still charged on cached tokens. It's less, but you're still charged on them. Can't find the cost of cash tokens, but you get the idea. Some APIs via custom tools. DM me on Twitter with more info on what you are thinking of here and like what you've done that's similar in the past. I definitely want to figure out what that would look like in the future. Thank you for the support and kind words. Best UI for code-related questions, paid Perplexity user, but now you regret taking the 6 months, not taking the 613 T3 chat option. Well, I'm pumped that you are using us now. I'd like to think we're a pretty good value. Thank you all for the support. Yeah, no worries, Waffle. I just want to make sure, like I know as we get stricter at these things, people are going to be like, oh, T3 chat's just a cash grab. No. We're going out of our way to be reasonable and fair. Like, really out of our way for it. I just want to make sure everyone's getting what they're paying for and nobody's getting 100x what they're paying for, because that will cost every other user on our site. Yeah, thank you. This was really hard to do. Shout out to Dom for figuring that out. It was a battle. We need to get filming. We got too much stuff to talk about today to be dilly-dallying this much. Let me thank all the subs quick, and we're going to get started with that. Crazy Philip with the Prime. Thank you so much for 2 years of support. Dak Devs throwing the gift over to Scarlett for helping us with the sourcing. Always appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting those who support us. We got Atharva here with the tier 3 for 6 months. Fucking legend out here. Then a 2-year plus now from Not Tomb. Thank you all for the support. If you do exceed the 1500 and you weren't just using 2.5 Pro and other expensive models the whole time, email us. We can reset you if needed. If you're not costing us way over $8. No, I want to figure out better flows for all of these things. We're really thinking about it. I need to talk to more of these power users that are going over the limit so I can find a good balance of how to do this for them. We're not planning anything agentic for the higher tier yet. Could happen in the future. Desktop app with MCP obviously happening eventually. But the focus is more projects, bigger context, and I guess that's really it. More messages, I suppose. Elkarv, check my YouTube channel. Video's already out. Let's get started. Oh shit, one more up here. Wait for Zen Chrome port. I don't think Zen will move to Chrome. Just like the way it's built is unrealistic. It's so tied to Firefox at the architectural level. But there's a future where someone else built something really similar to it, inspired by it, which I'd be excited for. But I like Zen. I don't like Firefox, but I like Zen. The Lumix is awesome. I'm sad I can't be playing with it more right now, but I will a lot this coming week. I think hundreds of thousands before the cloud restrictions. Were they retained? A surprising number of them, yes. A lot of them moved to other models. A lot of them started like reducing the amount of stuff they were using on the site. It was an overall win. I was surprised. Only one of them complained and most of them were cool with it. Our biggest power user was one of them and he's absolutely stayed. I should reach out to him actually. And let me thank you, NMG here, for the 20 bomb getting us started. Well, distracting me so I can't get started, but seriously though, appreciate the support so much, man. 221 gifts total. Legend. I don't like artifacts. That's the main reason we haven't added them. It's just not my thing. If enough people want it and I start to see more compelling use cases, I will consider changing my stance on it. But right now, I think artifacts are an anti-pattern. Just I don't vibe with them, but that could change in the future. And as for React Native for the desktop app, unlikely, simply because good text rendering with really fast updates is harder to do natively than it is to do with a browser engine. Chrome is really good at quick text updates, and I don't want to fight not only the native layer, but the interop between the native layer and the like React Native layer in order to make that native layer update really quickly. The root code guy sent me a weird email, so I'm iffy on them right now, but I plan to look on it more or look at it more in the future. Isn't it just another fork of Klein? Temp chat's absolutely coming soon. I have some plans there. Let's get started. I'm gonna go straight into the Figma stuff. Okay, so Phase, or whoever's editing this, gut feel for the intro. We just read the letter here, and then I will complain all about it. Dear Lovable, I am the General Counsel at Figma Incorporated. Figma is the owner of the Dev Mode trademark, which has been used extensively around the world in connection with our software platform. We're flattered that you agree Dev Mode is the ideal name for a software tool that helps bridge the gap between design and development. But as inventors and entrepreneurs, we're sure you can understand that we need to protect our intellectual property. We ask that you please cease all use of dev mode in connection with your product. We ask that you please cease all use of dev mode in connection with your products and services. Rename your tool and remove all references to our mark from your website, marketing materials, and other public-facing content. We'd like to resolve this amicably so we can each get back to building great products for our customers. Please write back as soon as possible. Let me know you've agreed to this request. Actually, okay, now I want to cut this. I don't know how to start this one other than to say Figma. What the fuck? Are you joking? This is one of the most absurd things I've ever seen. I have heard weird stories of Figma doing strange things behind the scenes, but this takes the cake. There's a lot of layers to this, a lot of drama adjacent to this, a lot of trademarks that are kind of bullshit that they currently have. But if I'm going to talk about this, I need protection, which means I need the funds to. But if I'm going to talk about this, I need a little bit of cushion because if they sue me, I need the money to protect myself. So since Figma's not paying me, we're going to do a quick word from today's sponsor and then dive right in. Also, note, Phase or whoever edits, make sure you beep the swears because they're in the first 2 minutes. You know the rules. Cool. I'm going to be honest, guys. When I first saw this, I assumed it was fake. Like, I just couldn't believe Figma would actually do that. But when I saw that it was indeed real, I immediately realized not only do I have to talk about this, but I should probably go live. This was my immediate public response that it seems like people enjoyed. And we also see here from Kara some other fun trademarks they have, including schema, and my personal favorite, config, as well as Summit and Forge. The reason they have config, for those who are wondering, is because they have a conference named Config. And I happen to know some drama about this conference right now that I'm not in a position to share yet, but I have a feeling it will be public in the near future. Let's just say Lovable is not the only company that's getting some really weird notices from our friends over at Figma. This is absurd. And we need to talk a bit about what this is. We need to talk a bit about what's going on here, why they're doing this, and why trademark works this way at all. What the fuck, Figma? Let's get started. So I was hunting through for trademarks. Funny enough, there's a lot that mention dev mode or something like it somewhere. Most of these are nonsense, and almost all of them are dead. But dev mode is live and registered from Figma. And if we hop in here, we can see that this trademark was registered on the if we look here, we can see this trademark was registered in November last year. It was originally applied for in June, but it only officially became a trademark as approved by only officially became a trademark as approved by the USPTO end of last year. Which means that there are probably a lot of other companies calling things dev mode that could be screwed over by this. That is particularly strange because I am near certain that there's a lot of prior art here. So if we do a rough timeline. So first off, we should probably ask, WTF is dev mode? And to be clear that we're not talking about dev mode from other products, we're going to add the TM. We want people to think we mean dev mode, the generic, when we actually mean dev mode, the product. If you're somehow not familiar with Figma, it is a design tool, similar to what I'm doing over here with Excalidraw. By the way, I just said the name Excalidraw, so if all the comments are, what's the tool he's using to draw, I'm going to go insane. Figma's originally focused almost entirely on helping designers with a canvas built for making applications. Back when I was young, back in my day when I was learning how to code and build websites, you would mock up your websites in Photoshop. A lot of tools like Photoshop, Illustrator, and other graphic software were being used to make mocks for apps. And it was realized by a handful of people that that's not ideal. Apps are unique enough compared to images that a drag and drop tool for image making wasn't necessarily great for app design and development. Things like ratios, formatting, spacing, all these pieces that are much more important in apps than they are in traditional image editing, meant that these tools did not serve developers, or retake. The strange differences between what editing an image looks like and what editing an app mockup looks like meant that there was a pretty rough spot there where you would either try and force design work into Photoshop, or you'd give up and go to my old favorite software, Dreamweaver. I've seen I know the demographics for this channel. A lot of you guys are old enough that you absolutely used the OG Dreamweaver. So don't pretend you haven't. I know you have. Don't lie. Pre-Adobe Macromedia Dreamweaver. Before Adobe was so big, they weren't allowed to acquire other companies. The good old days. Yeah. Oh, Dreamweaver. Yeah. So it kind of felt like there was a spectrum where on one side you had Photoshop, and on the other side you had like and on the other side you had like Visual Studio or other like really or other like really heavy IDEs. We had a little spot here that was Dreamweaver, but it still wasn't like anywhere near as visual as the average like designer would probably be looking for. And as such, more and more people started to try and figure out what it looks like to build something in this range that is more app-friendly and developer-focused than Photoshop, but more design-heavy and not code-heavy, unlike Dreamweaver and VSC. This in-between area started to get random products thrown into it. We had Sketch, we had Adobe XD. I don't know which came out when, and I'm too lazy to look it up. I'm pretty sure Sketch was first, but I could be wrong. But eventually, we had Figma. Figma's biggest differentiator at the time is that it was browser-based. It also had a desktop app, but it was browser-based. The desktop app was an Electron app, but the real innovation of Figma was the crazy stuff they were doing to make it perform well in the browser. So you could do a canvas-like experience like we're doing here, but with app mockups. That combined with how generous the free tier was meant Figma very quickly took over. And by the time I joined Twitch in like 2017, Figma had fully taken over the company. It was very clear. Sketch was a one-time purchase license, but the commercial side of it was a bit of a mess. Adobe XD was an Adobe product, so nobody liked it anyways. Figma very quickly established itself as the winner of this app-focused design tool. It was a weird in-between, but it turns out that weird in-between is worth a lot of money. Enough so that Adobe killed XD and tried to buy Figma, got really far into the deal and everything, and then they got blocked by enough courts because of monopolistic practice that it didn't go through. And now Figma, since they literally can't be acquired, they're too big to be acquired effectively after that decision, they now have to win in order for all of the value the company has to ever be realized. If Figma's ever going to IPO so that its stock could become real money, they have to win hard now. Previously, they could have had a nice exit with an acquisition. That's been ruled out by the courts. So their only option is to make something so big, so dominant, such a strong force in the market that when they eventually go to sell stock, it will be worth a ton of money and they can make their money finally. I also just realized I forgot one other thing. Put this at the when I first show the go fuck yourself tweet phase. Quick bias check, just because I think it's important. Lovable has sponsored videos before. They are not sponsoring this. I have not reached out or talked to them at all about this. I think one employee is in my chat, but this video has no relation to Lovable whatsoever. I'm covering this because I'm pissed at Figma. You can say I'm biased or whatever, but if this was any other company, I swear I would be just as angry. Cool. Anyways. So Figma's had just absurd levels of success, but it needs to keep going if it's going to eventually turn that stock into money. Figma's original threats were Sketch and Adobe XD. But if we look at Figma's market share, you'll understand that these things were not actual threats. Do you understand? This is 2022. It's gotten worse since. Sketch was doing well, and Figma just comes in and wins the entire market. Entire market. It's not close. It's not like they have 30% or something. Figma won. So the risk is no longer, can Figma win the design world? That's already over. Figma already won design. That's not a conversation we need to have anymore. The numbers prove it. Figma's the winner of the design world. So what's left? I'll argue there are two things Figma has to do now. Thing one, find other markets to maintain growth. And two, protect the design industry at all costs. This is Figma's mission now. Figure out how we can grow by branching to adjacent places and protect the design industry so that we never lose that thing that we have a huge percentage of. So what does part one here look like? Ever heard of FigJam? FigJam was an attempt to do something similar to what I'm doing over there in Excalidraw. But the goal of FigJam was a collaborative workspace whiteboard thing so that you could talk with your team about stuff. This was a really interesting idea for a handful of reasons. First off, the people who run these types of things at companies tend to lean product, not engineering. If you're trying to talk about different things in your product and the direction you want your team to be moving in, that's probably going to be led by a product person. And if you were to spectrum out the company, and if you were to spectrum out like what different roles exist at a company, I'd say product, it's all the way here. Maybe if we go a bit further, we'd say support, all the way to the left there. Then you have product, then you have design, then you have front end, dev, then back end. Roughly. This is meant to give a rough idea of like how things relate back and forth. And you could argue that each layer here, the person in the middle, is the bridge between the other two. So when support notices a bunch of customers having a problem, they'll probably talk to product, the product manager, product team, whoever. Product will figure out what issues exist on the support side, and then talk with design about how to make the product clearer so these mistakes don't keep happening. Design will then work with product and eng in order to make sure those designs can actually be implemented and get them started in the implementation. And front end will yell at back end to make sure their stuff actually works so they can actually ship it. This is a real rough idea of how companies work. What this means is that product is the place where a lot of the conversations really start. And because of that, product tends to be the group that leads the meetings where we do big product planning, quarterly management, all the things that you would use a fancy whiteboard with a team for. So if your product exclusively lives here and your goal is to expand like this, it makes a lot of sense you would go left first because that's kind of your bread and butter. And product tools are garbage. Product teams are stuck with stuff. Product teams are the reason Jira still exists because they're tolerant of terrible things. And Figma really wanted to fix that with FigJam. And they failed. I think FigJam's actually dead. If not, it's close to it. I think they formally announced that. I might be wrong, though. Was it not FigJam? What's the Figma thing they shut down? Oh, Google Jamboard. That was Google's. Okay, I misremembered. Google Jamboard is the one that is dead. Figma's is still alive and well. I don't know anybody using it, but it does still exist. Thank you, chat. Anyways, FigJam was very clearly an attempt to expand Figma's presence further towards product. But that's not the only thing they did. Soon after, not that soon after, but relatively soon after, they started expanding the other way. And that's what dev mode is. Dev mode was an attempt by Figma to make it easier to take a mock in the Figma app and export code from it, be it CSS, HTML, even theoretically React code. And ideally, if they get everything right, you'd be able to throw it into your editor directly or use the Figma plugin inside of VS Code. I have a whole video about this that I dropped right when it was originally announced. I tried playing with it, didn't have a good time with it, and moved on. And honestly speaking, I've been using Figma less and less. I barely touch it nowadays. There's a combination of reasons why. Tailwind's made it a lot easier to mock things up fast. More importantly, AI tools have made it comically easier to make a decent enough looking thing. And also, I don't have a designer that's working with me full-time right now, so there's less incentive. And usually when I hire designers, I'm hiring eng-leaning ones, and they're just going to start by going into the code anyways. So they went left with FigJam, and they went right with dev mode. These were their attempts to expand the potential market for Figma products, and I'd go as far as to say they weren't very successful. We'll do a quick poll, because this is an audience of devs. Have you used Figma's dev mode? Yes, often. Yes, not often. Yes, stopped using. No, never used. I use it, but only because it has a ruler. Oof, yeah. The dev mode experience sucks ass. This is what I've heard mostly. I'm very familiar with Framework. It's a cool product. Yeah. So in my very developer-heavy audience, the numbers speak for themselves. Not very many people are using FigJam. So in my dev-heavy audience, here you go. The numbers kind of speak for themselves. There aren't a lot of people who are using Figma's dev mode. Especially when we, again, compare to those insane numbers here, where they have like well over 80% of the market. Like way, way over. It's higher than that now. I saw numbers as high as 95 in the past. So they won design. They can't even make a splash in dev. They're struggling a lot. I'm going to run one more poll after this one is done. Remind me to do that, guys. A third has used it, but 10% actively use it. 15% churned because they didn't get enough value from it. Yeah. So I hope that we've established here, Figma is struggling a lot to break into these other spaces, especially the dev world. But something else happened that's important. This is where we need to talk about point 2. AI dev tools got really good. Important to realize how much this has changed the trajectory of Figma. Figma's bet was that design was so essential to application development teams, be it web or mobile or desktop or whatever else. Figma's bet was effectively that these designs were so valuable and developers needed these designs so badly that building a tool for the designers to provide mocks that are usable and useful to the developers could be a many, many multi-billion-dollar industry. And they weren't wrong, certainly not at the time. But some of these AI dev tools have meaningfully reduced the amount of help you need from designers. They're far from perfect. I'm not going to sit here and pretend otherwise, but they are so much better than devs previously would have needed to rely on. There's a spectrum I drew a while back. I want to see if I can find it. Yes, I can. Cool. This is going to be a weird comparison. So hear me out. Gonna just copy paste this. Take that. Okay. It's going to be a weird comparison. So hear me out. It's a diagram I drew when I was talking about HTMX versus Next.js. And the reason I drew this diagram is to try and frame the backend and front end and when different parts are necessary. If you're building an app that is just a couple forms with a really complex backend that has to scale well and process tons of data, and the website is just a basic form and a page that shows the current state of the infra, you don't need much on the front end side. So if we were to show how far and how much any given piece needs, the backend would be a majority of the complexity, and the front end here would be really small. So the back end could be this big complex thing. The front end doesn't have to be. But there is a spectrum here where the server is more complex versus the client being more complex. If the back end is where the complexity lives, building that back end with front end tools probably isn't the best bet. Even using Node might not be the best bet depending on what you're building here. But if you're building a Twitter clone, the back end is a hell of a lot less complex, and the front end is a hell of a lot more complex. At which point, the tools you pick should be able to handle that level of complexity well. Building a good Twitter clone that feels nice to use with HTMX would suck, the same way building a complex infrastructure with Next.js would suck. The interesting thing about HTMX is it meaningfully moved the line for where do you need to adopt a front-end framework. Previously, in order to have a front-end framework that was could go further left than here, let's say, you would need to adopt something like React. You'd have to go all in on single-page apps and let the client own its state. As soon as you have a certain level of interactivity in your page, you effectively need a client-side framework. HTMX said, wait, do you though? And they moved this line pretty far down. So there are lots of levels of complexity your front-end apps can have where you don't need to adopt a tool like React. HTMX is much more back-end focused. It lets you update the state of the page from the server without having to reload the entire content of the page, which makes more interactivity possible without having to write client-side code. And that's why so many devs love this, because previously, as soon as you wanted to have a page where you could make a comment and it shows up without reloading the page, you would have to adopt client-side JavaScript. You'd probably have to adopt something from before HTMX and honestly before Intercooler and things like it. If you had a comment section on your blog and somebody left a comment, the whole page would have to reload to see that, or they'd have to load some JavaScript single-page app style. So when they leave the comment, it would update the DOM using React, Angular, even jQuery. A lot of client-side code would be necessary in order to do that type of good experience. HTMX challenged the notion and said, wait, for basic page updates that are server-driven, what if we just update the HTML in place instead? Which is really nice and powerful. And there's a reason why people love HTMX. It's because they don't need all the things React can do. They're not building a heavily interactive app like T3 Chat. They're trying to build something that just shows what the backend's current state is with a little bit more interactivity. So why am I talking about all of this? Well, I'm going to copy paste this guy into our new diagram, and hopefully you'll see why. If we change this from server to client to design and develop, we change this to, I don't know, front end code. Yeah, we change this to front end code and designs or mocks. I'll even say Figma mocks specifically. kill all that. There will be a point where a front-end dev isn't good enough to design the thing. If you look at like my homepage, you don't need a designer to design this page. It's pretty simple, minimal, stupid. If somebody was to take the time to mock this up in Figma, I would probably make fun of them, and I hope you would too, because it's not a complex design. This does not need a whole lot of effort to make. But if you're trying to do something like T3 chat, you'd benefit a lot more from making proper mocks in something. So it's important to think for any given project, how complex is this design such that we want to take the time to mock it? And how competent are your devs to get by without having those mocks? So for some projects, the bar might be here because, oh, we don't really care. We just needed to show the data quick. We don't care how nice it looks. Some projects might be all the way down here where it's like, oh, mocks are the only thing that make this product viable. Without them, we're not going to get anything done. Previously, I would argue there was very little you could do with just front-end code. You effectively needed to have a designer doing things in Figma if what you were building was more complex than like a basic form or a dashboard. And by dashboard, I mean just a table, effectively. And even then, having design help would be nice. The crazy thing that has happened due to AI tools is very similar to HTMX, where these AI-focused developer tools have effectively made it so you can go way further without needing a designer to help. If we were to say further left is beautiful design and further right is developer, if we were to say that further left is a beautiful design and further right is a, I don't know, T3.gg design. My design capabilities pre these AI tools were like here, and I needed a designer to save me. But now that we have V0, Lovable, Bolt, and all these other tools, especially V0, because it's really good at like UI, this has shifted quite a bit for me. And I've been amazed at how far it has. I never thought I would see the day where I could just go to a chatbot and say, hey, make this, and it will make something that looks good enough. And since the output is code, not a design in a mock software, I can dive into the code and play with it the way I normally do. So it allows for me as a dev to go way further in design without needing a designer, without needing Figma, without needing mocks. And it comes out in the language I want, which is code, ideally React, if you're a React developer. And now I can take this design that I previously would have had to pay a designer for, then spend all the time making a first version, go back to the designer, get more feedback, and like iterate back and forth. Now I prompt an AI bot, it gives me a starting point with code. If there are things I don't like about it, I ask it to try again. If I just don't like it entirely, I will hit the reroll button. It's so much easier to get way further without needing to go hire a designer. When I first started Ping, my first hire was a designer because it was so hard to find good designers and I was not competent enough to do it. The original versions of Ping were so disgustingly, hilariously ugly. But I don't have a designer I employ right now. I have a design engineer working with us part-time. Shout out to Dom, he's been killing it. But we don't have a full-time designer anymore because we haven't needed it for a while. We originally moved away from having designers because we were focused on dev tools. Now we're not, and we still haven't found the need for it. You can go so much further without a designer now. And this puts point 2 here for Figma at risk. The design industry is legitimately at risk of getting smaller now. Previously, every company shipping software probably needed a designer, at least part-time. Now, a significant portion of them probably don't. That's a huge risk for Figma, especially because the output of these tools isn't something you can use in Figma. The output of these tools is on the other side. It's something you can use in your editor. If these AI tools were spitting out Figma mocks so you need a designer to go in and tidy up, they'd be in a great place, and I'm sure they'd be hyped. Instead, they're throwing really, really weird pot shots and going out of their way to damage these AI code building tools because they are putting Figma's entire place in the industry at risk. And again, I can't say the details, but I will say confidently, Lovable is not the only company dealing with shit like this right now. And it makes sense why. Figma's in a weird spot. Figma can't be acquired. And again, at a company of this size, acquisition is usually your exit plan. So they can't be acquired. Figma struggles to win devs. Figma's industry is at risk. So what happens when you can't sell to make your money, you can't expand the marketplace to make more money, and the thing you're currently making money from is at risk? This leads to what I call the Netscape effect. Microsoft realized that the internet was going to risk the entire model they had for how software was going to work long term. Microsoft realized that people wouldn't be going to stores to buy disks with licensing fees anymore. They saw Netscape and its success in the browser space and realized, oh, we need to win here. And that's why they made a free browser to compete with the paid Netscape app, and also built functionality into Windows to make it really, really good for Internet Explorer and kind of hostile for other browsers. And that led to Microsoft getting sued so hard that they ended up having government people full-time employed at Microsoft just looking for more antitrust practice going on in order to prevent this in the future. It's one of the biggest antitrust lawsuits in history. And by the time it wrapped up, Netscape had already shut down because they ran out of money. Figma's the new Microsoft, which is crazy when you think about it. But that's the position they're in. They're losing their base. Their base is getting smaller. They're struggling to grow into other spaces. And the whole industry category they're in looks like it is starting to shrink. Figma seems to be scared shitless right now. And when you're a billion-dollar company that is scared, that fear tends to come out like this, with what I would consider to be an absolutely bullshit trademark suit. I do want to try and steelman them quick, because there are real reasons you would do something like this. Why would you ever do this? Obviously, the optics of this are terrible. If Figma's goal was to make devs like them, they just made that 10x harder for themselves for no good reason. They probably assumed Lovable was a safe thing to sue because Lovable isn't as popular in the dev world as some of the other tools are. They're wrong, though, because that went really viral, and the optics of this are terrible. But again, to try and steelman it, the only reason your company would have a real vested interest in doing this other than screwing with your competition is if you don't enforce your trademark, you lose it. So if I was to trademark vibe code, for example, use it in my product, had a trademark through USPTO where I own the word mark of vibe code, and then everyone started using the term and I didn't enforce it, I didn't go after them and say, hey, that's not actually vibe code because that's my trademark. A petition could be made to strip that trademark from its owner. This is going on right now with JavaScript, believe it or not. Oracle owns the JavaScript trademark because they acquired Sun Microsystems, who owned the trademark originally. JavaScript isn't Java, but it was similar enough, and the goal was to feel like it, and more importantly, be as portable as Java, which is why it got named JavaScript. Neither Sun nor Oracle have ever done anything meaningful with it. Oracle in particular has never done anything with JavaScript. They don't have a JS engine. They don't have JS materials. They have one tiny little SDK for web apps that doesn't even work and has been maintained for a very long time that they have used as their justification for maintaining the trademark. They've also done some sketchy stuff, like sue a random dev who made a Rust for JavaScript devs book, suing him and threatening him because he doesn't have the right to use the word JavaScript in the title of the book. Absolute absurdity. They're currently being sued by our friends over at Dino. I have a whole video about this too if you're curious. Dino is going through the process to argue to USPTO that JavaScript is a generic term and it cannot be restricted in the way it is right now because they're not using the trademark. They are keeping what they consider to be an invalid trademark, and personally, I do as well. I don't think Oracle is using this trademark in a meaningful way. They are holding it so they can sue people for using it, not because they're using it themselves. The only good faith why I think they might be doing it that is even slightly defensible is if they give up the JavaScript trademark, it might risk the Java trademark, which they are absolutely using and enforcing. That line is blurry enough, I can sympathize a bit, but that's about as far as it can go. Another really common one that you guys have probably seen a bit about is Nintendo's trademark chaos. I'm going to do a fun contrast here between Nintendo and Sega's trademark vagueness. Nintendo is known for being very litigious with their trademarks. If you put something that even vaguely looks like a Pokemon or Mario in something that isn't officially Nintendo, there's a good chance they're going to come after you for it. They've even sued for things as absurd as the trademark of a ball being thrown at a monster. It's kind of absurd. But the reason they do that is because in Japan especially, the rules around losing a trademark if it becomes a generic are much more open, and it's very easy to lose your trademark if you're not careful. So Nintendo very strictly enforces their trademark because their whole business is built on their exclusive right to things like Mario. If anyone could make a Mario game and anyone could make a Pokemon game, Nintendo would lose a huge portion of their value because, let's be real, they're not making money because of their hardware. They're not making money because of their network code. They're not making money because of much. Certainly not the quality of the store. The Switch store is one of the most pathetic pieces of software I've ever used in my life. Their trademarks and their IPs are what make them valuable, so they strictly enforce them. Who knows what makes Sega valuable? I want to see if chat can guess this one. Where does Sega make their money right now? I love that it's 50-50, but half of you got it right. Gambling, slot machines. If you didn't know this, a while back, Sega got acquired. Sega was sold to... No, that's not the right acquisition. Where is it? I want to find the... Sorry, here. Sega was purchased in the 2003-ish era. Maybe it was... No, that was when the talk started. Yeah, the Sammy takeover. Here we are. Sega Sammy was a merger that happened way back because Sammy Holdings Company was making a lot of money selling pachinko machines and other gambling things in Japan. And they had a really, really bad reputation. They were starting to look very bad to the public. Sega was failing because the Dreamcast just lost compared to the other consoles. And Sammy saw the opportunity to buy Sega mostly for the sentiment win. They could use the name Sega as their public name, which has a positive reputation, to hide the fact that they were doing other things with their business. And this went very well for them. This basically allowed them to flip sentiment and get away with continuing to do terrible things. But because of that, the value of Sega's trademarks are not that they have the exclusive rights to them. To be frank, Sega doesn't really care what you do with Sonic. The goal of Sonic isn't to make them a lot of money directly. The goal of the whole Sega brand is to have enough positive sentiment that they're less likely to have a big flip that causes them to lose their gambling business. So Sega's goal with their trademarks is not to use them to make money. It's to have positive sentiment with the community. So they kind of let you do whatever. Nintendo needs to sell the things that they make with those trademarks, so they can't do that. Sega doesn't give a shit. Hopefully this helps contrast the difference between these two here. So what the fuck is Figma doing? I think Figma's in a weird spot here because, in my opinion, dev mode is a BS trademark. That's a term we have used for things for so long. Dev is a generic, mode is a generic. The combination of the words is very generic, and there have been a lot of tools, and I'm positive there is good prior art to dev mode being used in other places. Because it is such a bullshit trademark, and because it just got approved very recently, as we saw here, November of last year, in order for them to not lose it, they have to be strict as hell with it. And I think that's what we're seeing now. We're seeing Figma protecting this trademark at all costs because it is a bullshit trademark and they are scared of losing it. But as we saw earlier, bullshit trademarks are kind of their thing, as they have config trademarked, they have schema trademarked, they have factory trademarked. Seems like they've gotten away with this for a while, and they want to make sure they can continue to. I also don't think they've gotten a proper blowback for it, because I don't think they've went after a prominent enough figure in a public space like this before. So the combination of dev mode being a bullshit trademark, the necessary nature of protecting your trademark to keep it, and the weird position Figma is in, where their market is shrinking and they're failing to grow it, they're acting irrationally. And it's kind of pathetic to see a multi-billion-dollar company act like this. But this is kind of the end of the friendly, nice guys Figma that we have liked to pretend they were for a while. I have felt that going away for a bit now, but this is a real, like, oh, it's over now, isn't it? One other important detail, because people might not know this, tools like Lovable actually let you import from Figma. So I can import a design from Figma and generate code. I can do it here. I can do it in Bolt. Import from Figma. I even do it from V0. Import from Figma. Figma is now a button you click in other people's tools. They don't want that. They want the opposite. They don't want V0 or Figma, or they don't want V0 or Lovable or Bolt to be the thing people export their Figmas to. They want Figma to be the tool they do the exporting with. And the more that these tools allow you to import from Figma, the more companies that are using Figma are going to start trying them, and the more likely they are to cancel their Figma subscriptions in favor of just using V0 in the first place. The more that happens, the less money Figma can make, the less likely they are to have a successful IPO and make all their investors and their founders and everybody else a whole bunch of money. They are scared. They're acting scared. And this is an absolute bullshit trademark that I hope they lose in court. Yeah, what a ride. I got nothing else. Thank you guys as always, and hopefully my use of the word dev mode throughout this doesn't get me sued. Until next time, peace nerds. I just went the whole video without making a Ligma joke. Aren't you guys proud? Face, keep that one in at the end there. I think it'll be funny. One vid done. I leave very early tomorrow. Oh, ping Discord. Thank you, chat. Cool. You're good. Thank you. We did a VC before. I think we still have one that's sub only. What's this one? Is this the 4chan hack or? Oh yeah, this, I saw that. I'll wait for the other guys to cover it. Grafana's on call. Interesting. I know they protect both though. Don't I think most customers not using anywhere close to the allowed limits is bearish? No. I think the role of the limit is to show normies that they don't have to worry about anything. And it's failing to do that sometimes. So I want to find the right balance there. People are using most of our users use the app multiple days a week. A significant portion use it every day. I am not worried in the slightest. We thank all the subs I missed while I was recording there. We got the 20 bomb from NMG here. Reese throwing the 26 months of Prime. Appreciate that. We got G Sporto here with the almost at the 2-year mark. Goddamn. Big Fried Boy with the Prime. Ben Signal here with the 2 months. Denny Dev, 12 months at tier 2. Legend. So the few and the proud. We got Cockle Grand here with the Prime. Insanity later here, 35 months at tier 1. Jesus Christ, 36 actually. That's the 3-year. Congrats. Way of Life here with the Prime. I'm not there, bro, with the Prime. Thank you all for the support, guys. Appreciate it a ton. Let me switch this to fan funding because I missed things. Of course, YouTube chat is entirely broken, as always. I just refreshed it and it won't refresh. It's just frozen. Quality software. Okay, I did see all those. Sorry. It is actually hilarious how bad YouTube live chat is. Like, it's so broken. Here's something else. I was worried about the 1500. I've used the shit out of it, and I'm at like 500 messages 3 weeks already. I'm going to start collecting these so I can like put them all in the UI somewhere for people who are concerned. Yo, FaZe, aren't you supposed to be moving, motherfucker? Get back to work. Thank you for stopping by. Congrats. Making phase 2 do it, lol. Guy spamming every mention of T3 chat in his product. Yeah, it's absurd. Bye, FaZe. Thanks again for stopping by, and congrats on the move. Excited for you to finally have a place. Still figuring out how I want to do this one. I'm leaning towards only allowing payments via browser initially, but we'll figure that out. And sadly, actually, yes, you did miss the dev mode rant. We started with that one today. We got lots of other fun things to talk about here, though. I want to go into Chef. Let's do it. I'm going to switch browsers. Cool. I think I already started it. We're good. Nice. There are a lot of different app builders nowadays, from V0 to Lovable to Bolt to many more I'm certainly forgetting. They all have the same weakness, though. Actually, retake on that. My cat's screaming. I have to go kick him out. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. Thank you for the gift, Bomb. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. How am I supposed to pronounce this? MHLSN. We'll call you MH now, but thank you for the gift, Bomb. Really appreciate that. I'll show the cat quick, but then I'm kicking him out. Anyways, so I'm sure you guys saw he was very, very happy about that interaction. Anyways, I already made the marker, so let's get started. Sorry for the annoying edit to whoever's editing this. I don't like how my hair is sitting. Thought the messy hair would make this easier, but it's actually making it harder for me lately. It's fine. We'll go with it. There's a lot of app builders out there nowadays. There's a lot of AI app builders out there nowadays, from Bolt to Lovable to V0 to I keep forgetting Firebase Studio. There's a lot of app builders out there nowadays, from V0 to Bolt to Lovable to even Firebase Studio, but they all have the same weakness: backend. They can make a beautiful CSS, they can integrate React very surprisingly well, but once they have to build a real application with things like auth, databases, user management, file uploads, and more, they quickly fall to pieces. I've tried really hard, and even the fancy integrations a lot of these services offer aren't enough. And usually what I end up doing is make a front end in the tool and then export it out and build the whole backend myself. I think we can do better here, though. Not necessarily with things like AWS, but with a better app builder. I think we can do a lot better here. And I talked to one of my other sponsors about it, and they agreed. And to be very clear, this video is not sponsored. I gave them a very brief heads up I would be doing it, but didn't get anything meaningful from them before. Actually, retake on that. I think these tools can be way better. And I reached out to a company that I've worked with in the past to see if they can figure out what this looks like. I want to reframe this bit. You know what? I'm going to re-record the whole intro. The wrong one. Marker, end, bad take. Marker, chef, take 2. Cool. There are a lot of different app builder tools nowadays, from V0 to Lovable to Bolt to even Firebase Studio, but they all share the same weakness: backend. You can make them build a beautiful UI and show you what a product could be. They'll even spit out great React code in the process. But as soon as you need to do anything real, so to speak, like adding auth, file uploads, databases, user management, all the things real apps need, they fall apart fast. I was tired of this. I have exited these programs and went and built the backend multiple times myself, and all the fancy integrations these tools have are just not really cutting it once you need to build a real application. I was frustrated enough that I reached out to a company that I've worked with a bit in the past and told them I think they're the ones to come in and fix this piece. They thought about it for a bit, ended up agreeing, and the result is Chef by Convex. And I want to be very clear here. They have sponsored me in the past. They will certainly continue to in the future. I've loved working with Convex. They did not pay me to make this. In fact, they did not pay me to do this video. They barely even knew I was doing it. I gave them a very brief heads up last night that I was planning on recording this today. They built this because I bullied them into it. And it has cost them a ton of time and probably even more money. I don't want to think about how much this costs to run, knowing how much the inference stuff costs. But the result is genuinely magical. Before we go to our sponsor break, because someone has to pay these bills, I'm just going to show you something at one shot quick. This is a full Slack clone. I have threads. I can make I have channels. I can make a new one. Sup nerds. Have my channel here. I can send a message. And what's even crazier is the database tab, where I can go in, find a given thing, like the message I just sent. The one I just sent. Change the content. Oops, typing's hard. Okay, I want to retake on this bit. Yeah, let's retake this bit. Cool. I'm going to delete all of these first, actually. Let's just kill all of it. Yeah, delete all. Channels. Before we cut to the sponsor break, I want to show you guys before we cut to the sponsor break, I want to show you guys just how powerful this is. I built this entirely in Chef. It's a Slack clone. New channel, sup nerds. New message, heyo. I'm going to hop over to the database tab where we can see the channels and the messages. So I'm going to select this message, change the content to time for the sponsor break. Saved it, go back, and it changed because everything live updates. Ready for the craziest part, though. By far, the craziest part here. This was a one-shot. This is the whole chat history. Has working auth, working sync, working live chat with one prompt. If I'm not going to be able to make money as a dev anymore, I need to cover the bills with a sponsor quick, so we will be right back. Cool. Do you understand how absurd this is? I knew they could do it because if you're not familiar with Convex, their whole thing used to be the missing half of your React app, which was copy I helped them come up with. I also helped them with the new copy, though, the backend for AI apps. The thing that makes Convex great is that it is pretty much everything you need for the server side of your web apps. Everything from auth, file upload, database management, all of the pieces, especially the sync side, it's really good with. Historically, I've been hesitant for a few reasons to go all in on Convex. It's an all-in-one platform, and you guys know me, I love my modular stuff. I was worried about scale, which I shouldn't have been because these guys help build Dropbox. They know what they're doing with scale, and everything scales surprisingly well. I was worried about everything being in one place, in particular the compute running on their stuff. And I was worried that I would need to exit to AWS at some point, but if everything was in one place, not viable. The main reason I was hesitant, though, this is the actual one, is that most of the times I wanted Convex, I'd already gotten pretty far in building. And because of that, the real reason I never used Convex for major applications is slightly different, though. By the time I would meaningfully benefit from what Convex offered me, I'd already built with a different auth library, with a different file upload server, shout out upload thing, with a different database, shout out PlanetScale. And adding Convex felt weird because it would have had to replace those things or work really strangely adjacent to them. And it's not vendor lock-in. It's fully open source. They even have guides on how to self-host it. But it's very much assuming that it controls your backend. And I already controlled my backend, so it didn't necessarily make sense for me. But every time I looked at the code, I would drool because it is absurd. Here is a Convex. Actually, I'll just show you the code for the thing we just did. Let's do that. Hop over to Chef, switch to the code tab. Gonna change the I can't really change the window size the way I want to here. That's fine. We'll go through here. So channels is this. We query as a handler. Args is where you'd put arguments that you'd pass to this function. It gets the auth user ID, and then it returns the channels there. This is just so that if you're not auth, it'll fail. And here we pass a name for create, and the handler, make sure you're auth, and it creates a new channel with that name. Messages is similarly simple. It's a little more complex. You have to query by channel and order them, but it's very simple syntax. But where's the live update code? How does this update? That's part of the magic of Convex is when you make a change to the database, be it from a user triggering the change or even just going into the database tab and editing it yourself, it will update all living dependencies of that change. So if a user queries some data here, and that is being used in the UI, if you're using their hooks, like if we hop over here and look at the actual page, let's find the chat. Here we are. Channels is use query api.channels.list. If you're in your editor, this command click will work. That's everything you have to do for the live updates. The use query hook will create a WebSocket and know when the changes happen. It's really, really good. But again, the catch is you have to build all of the layers from the compute to the database on Convex to benefit from this. So where it made the most sense by far was new projects. The more I thought about it, the more I realized, oh, this is code as config push to the furthest level you possibly could. This convex folder in your code base, this is your whole backend right here. All these files are what define your backend and what define your servers. But it's not a bunch of weird dashboards and things you have to turn on and off like it is in Supabase or Firebase. It's not an absolute chaos of IAM roles and management like it is in AWS. And as great as tools like Terraform are, they were built to patch something wrong with the other cloud hosts. It wasn't from scratch built to be done as a folder in your code base. The magic here is that anyone could take this Convex code base, run on their machine, sign into their Convex account, and the whole backend is provisioned exactly how it needs to be for what they are doing. There are tools that have tried to replicate that level of integration on AWS. None of them come close to cloning a Convex project, running it, clicking the dashboard link, and signing in. It is so cool. And everybody in chat is citing other random things they think it's similar to, and every single one of you is wrong. Ruby on Rails, good luck deploying Rails with live updates in a database without having to spend a lot of time in AWS. Firebase, good luck deploying anything on there without dying. Convex is a database product that has built one of the best infrastructures for TypeScript devs. So if you want to build your stuff in Go or whatever, this isn't for you. But if you're trying to build a great React application and you want a backend built to make React apps as easy as possible to ship at scale, Convex is solid, and I've been wanting to use them more. The problem was that on one side, I had production applications that already had their data models flushed out on other platforms. And on the other side, I was using things like V0 to scaffold and fighting the integrations they came with constantly. I really wanted that other side, the like AI app builder side, to take advantage of what Convex could do, because it could generate the whole backend as a folder in the code base, and I could just make changes there and they would apply. Your schema is just a TypeScript file that defines all the things that exist in your app. This is what LLMs are good at, not slogging away through the AWS UI trying to click the right button. It's good at this. While they were working on this, another product came out, and I don't even know if I'm going to bother publishing my video on it. I'm 50-50. Firebase Studio happened. I really thought Firebase Studio would be similar here. I mean, it's stunning. It has such, like so many subtle like animations and things in it are beautiful. I could not make this generate a working app. I could not make this do anything involving the server side at all. It was rough, and that sucks because I have a pending sponsor deal with them, and I need to figure out what that will look like because I want to make this usable if I'm going to shill it to you guys. If I'm going to introduce Firebase Studio to my audience, I want to make sure it's actually bringing them value. And right now, it is the hardest recommendation of all of the AI app builders, even though it's stunning. You can see here, I tried 4 separate times to make a party planner app. I'm going to grab my prompt from here quick so I can reuse it, because I want to show you guys the gap here. Once this eventually goes, yeah, I feel bad even publishing the video on Firebase Studio because it was a rough time. And half the video is saying, there's another tool that does this well that I can't talk about yet. Obviously, that was Convex. Okay, obviously the video is cut, but I've been waiting here for a good 3 or 4 minutes, and it's still just trying to unarchive. Beautiful. Any of them work. My ad block is off because I turned it off because I was so sure that was why this is just not working. Are you kidding? Okay, we're finally in after all of that. I'm going to copy paste this prompt over to Chef. We're going to do a new project. I'm actually going to delete things from here because I put a lot of stuff in there to try and force it to work when I was doing it with Firebase. I'm just going to delete all these. Don't leave things as to do implement. Don't cut corners. I'm expecting a complete functioning prototype. I'm just going to delete all of that. Send. And here we go. It just created the tables. It starts with the schema because this is used throughout everything else. We have events, invitations. It also dumped the auth tables in because you can import the auth tables straight from Convex. Now it's creating events. Now it's updating the app TSX, creating the event form. I'm not going to sit here and pretend it's the fastest thing, but it is not too slow either. It was a lot slower when I first tried it. They've made some meaningful progress in the speed here for sure. Oh no, it failed to push to Convex. I have noticed this. It will have random fails, and it's pretty good about fixing them. And there we go. What was that? Like 3 minutes? It took less time to build this than it took for Firebase Studio to even open. I think they hardcode this, but it's so nice to have a normal sign in to create an account with, or the sign in anonymously button during dev. So nice, so that in the browser I can test it quick without having to do the whole back and forth. I literally spent like 30 plus minutes with all the other tools just trying to build an auth flow to sign in with, and it didn't work at all. Here I just click the button. Now it works. And obviously if I was to go publish this, it would work too. Don't forget to subscribe. Everyone's favorite event. By the way, make these videos for free. You're watching these. By the way, I make these videos for free. I'm doing my best to give you all of this useful information. If you like it, consider hitting the sub button. You'll be surprised how few people do. So many people don't even remember to hit sub. And we'll set the date for this to, I don't know, a totally inconspicuous date. Theo's channel. Cool. So we're creating this new event. Oh, I forgot to put a time. Create. And now we have this event. It immediately updated and appeared in the UI. We have an invite friends where I can invite via email, accept, decline. It all just worked. And again, the magic of Convex is I can hop in here, go into events, check this, change some of the info here. So change the location from Theo's channel to, I don't know, Miami. That's where I'm going tomorrow. And we go back to the UI, it's instantly changed. It's so cool. Not just for me as like a senior developer that knows how hard it is to build these things. I think it's even cooler, for people who aren't as experienced, because it's kind of unintuitive as a non-dev that you could go into the database, make a change, go back to the UI, and the UI is still in the state it was in. The fact that there is no split brain here, there is no way that your UI is in a state that is different from the database, significantly reduces a bunch of complexity that we're all used to as developers. We are used to the fact that the data being shown is the data that was there when you made the initial request. Normies are not used to that. They get confused when they're on a page and the data is out of date. Not a problem here. Really cool. That said, I'm not going to pretend this app is pretty. It doesn't even have a homepage. Just very standard, boring components here. I don't even think they're using ShadCN yet. Oh, maybe they are for like the toasts, but not much. Like not for the buttons or the forms or anything else. They're really just hard-coded a bunch of class names inside of their Tailwind React components. But the code is totally readable and usable here too. It's good. A little heavy on the use states for my taste, but what React dev doesn't do that? Let's be real. Nothing here is sus. It's very simple, minimal code that allows you to have a full stack application. It's not going to make a pretty one. They might change that in the future, but honestly, I don't know if they need to. It's a lot easier for me to export this code base, throw it into my GitHub, throw it into Cursor, and tell it, make a pretty homepage, make a pretty form page. It's a lot harder to take something from V0, export it into GitHub, export it into my editor, and say, okay, make the backend work. It's really nice. And honestly, it's making me really appreciate the value of Convex more than I did before. The fact that all this functionality can just be a couple files, it's really, really compelling. And again, to show my attempts to do this in other places. Oh, look, the Party Planner app. Let's take a look at this project. I spent so long going back and forth here, trying to get it to set up auth in a way that worked using the Supabase integration. And we never could even sign in. Go to the sign in page. You have to sign up. We'll just do like test at t3.gg, whatever, lol. Sign up. And if I go check my email quick, we got the confirm. And if we click it, watch where it brings us. Localhost 3000. That's not where we wanted to go. There is no way to sign in here. You understand the problem. This is, how do none of the other options even have auth working? Meanwhile, Chef lets you create a whole database model, live updates, add file upload, and all the other things from scratch. Let's just add it. Allow for hosts to upload a banner image for their events. Somebody asked, does Chef have email confirmation? Yeah. I signed in anonymously, but they integrate great with things like, I just signed in anonymously, but they integrate wonderfully with tools like Resend, so you can send out an email automatically with auth. Here it's updating the event form. Good old type checks. Honestly, one of the biggest benefits of all this is that Convex is fully type safe top to bottom. So if you make a mistake in the configuration of your schema or of your events, you'll get a type error. It's similar to why I built the T3 stack, because I wanted to get type errors if the database changed in a way that the UI didn't expect. I wanted the type errors to go all the way from schema to component. They wanted the same thing. They were heavily inspired by tRPC, and it shows at every level of what they've built. But now we have, if I refresh, yeah, now we can upload a banner image. Look at that. Click here, grab my live template. Sure. Sup, nerds. And now we can create images, or now we can create events with images. Like, it's that easy. Do you know how hard it is to add file upload, any of these other tools, even if you're using something like Upload Thing? That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. If this existed when I started Upload Thing, I wouldn't have started Upload Thing. It's so cool. They also just did integration with Polar. You guys are familiar. Polar is a payment infra company that builds on top of Stripe to make it less painful to integrate Stripe. They now are working with Convex, or they're now working with Convex on Chef, so you can add payment systems. Allow for people to buy a ticket to the event using Polar. I haven't tried this integration yet, so I'm curious how it comes out. But the fact they even know what it is and can get this far already is nuts. I'm excited to see how it does with integrating this, because setting up payments is one of the most complex things in these apps. It's actually hilarious. You can build a groundbreaking web app in a few hours using these AI tools, and then you have to spend 2 days getting payments working, and you'll probably make a bunch of mistakes. I see people who are suspicious about all the abstractions that exist here. I would think about this the other way. Tools like Vercel are building really heavy abstractions on top of specific functionality in AWS. So like a lot of Vercel's product is reselling things like Lambda and Lambda at Edge, reselling CloudFront, building better ergonomics around it, but it's kind of one-to-one with what's built underneath. The thing that makes Vercel much more compelling is the stuff that isn't a one-to-one like that, like their crazy edge layer that runs between the Lambdas and the user so that they can spin them up dynamically and have more control for stuff like fluid compute. That's where Vercel stops being just an abstraction and starts being a unique infrastructure model that allows for things that weren't doable before. That's what I see with Convex. It's not that they're wrapping existing things. They're not just a Postgres wrapper. They're not just a Lambda wrapper. They are different primitives that are focused on really good integration with your developer environment rather than a dashboard where you do everything. It's a reset more than a rewrap, if that makes sense. The Polar SDK is a slightly different API than it thought it would, and now they're fixing it. Oh, I missed this button. I couldn't see it because my face is covering it. There's a little button in the corner here where you can switch to code only mode. And chat only mode too. That's cool. No, I don't want to start a new project. I want to finish this one. Okay, it's struggling a lot with these types. Might have to re-roll it. It got real far without this, though. And to be fair, Polar is the first thing that isn't convex specific that we're integrating. Come on, no more type errors. I think I'm going to call this one failed. So it tried. But again, this is where these tools struggle. Once you're integrating third-party stuff, they tend to fall apart fast. Part of why V0 is so good is because Shadcyan literally works on it full time as his job. Because of that, it can integrate it really well because the people building the tool deeply understand it and the configuration is just code. Polar is built by a different company. The config, thankfully, is just code, which gives it an advantage, but doesn't mean it's going to get it right. And I guarantee all the other tools will fail here. Still excited that they have this partnership, but it's not quite good enough for me to say confidently, you can go add payments here. What other complaints do I have? Obviously, the UI that comes out here is ugly. It seems like they have their own abstraction for tokens that is more verbose than convex tokens. Or it seems like they have their own way of measuring usage through tokens that is different from tokens on Claude. So if they're generating with Claude, a generation might take 500,000 tokens. They might mark it as 800,000 chef tokens. Their own weird abstraction. I haven't looked into it much. I don't understand it. I did see some people complaining. I haven't hit any of those limits when I was on the free tier. I just upgraded to the pro tier. Still haven't hit any limits anywhere. So not a concern I have, just a thing that is definitely real. It's brand new. It's been out for a few days now. But I'm beyond impressed. The Instagram clone in particular was really cool. It has a global stream for photos. This is the type of thing you cannot build in any of these other app builders. If I go try in V0, you'll see what I mean. We got both of these building now. I'm not going to pretend V0 isn't prettier. It absolutely is. It's also been around for 4 times longer, more than that. It's been around for multiple years, and Chef's been around for multiple days. Honestly, my biggest takeaway is I need to get equity from these guys fast. I haven't invested yet, and I need to. Now that I can really see the benefit of the platform and the app builders, I'm very impressed. I know it hits type errors pretty often, but they are very useful for it. What is the type error? TSC failed. Oh, the query count method. Cool. V0 still going as well. Oh, I specified convex storage in the prompt. Fuck me. I need to go rerun that without that because it's going to get super confused trying to integrate convex. Upload them. I'm just going to get rid of the word convex in that. Making sure it's not in there anywhere else. Cool. Extreme tab. Cool. Reroll on that now that I removed the word convex from the prompt. I'll admit it's a little funny. It's hitting type errors on the example prompt from the site, but that shows they're not hiding anything from us. It also appears it's still doing the thing where it regenerates the whole file instead of hitting it in like an artifact mode so it can ship diffs instead. Come on, pass the type checks. Fuck, why'd it fail? Photo author name. This will actually be a pretty good showcase of this not being perfect. It keeps editing photo stream, but I think the problem is the schema. Yeah, photos has an author ID. Oh no, it passed that time. Cool. Just need to give it a sec. Immediately on the V0 version, we hit a runtime error. Could not load the Sharp module using the dash runtime. Possible solution. This is a hilarious mess. We need a file store. We'll hit the create project connecting. Cool, connected. That was an error. Fix with V0. And now we have photo share on convex. Let's try this quick. I signed in anonymously. We got a drag and drop photos. Let's find something fun. Let's just do a random silly Theo face. That drag and drop did not work. That's great. Add an upload or add a clickable upload button below the drop zone. I don't know if the drop zone's broken because of how the CSS is set up in convex or if it's broken because of the code that it output. So I'm just going to tell it to add the button so we know it will work. Okay, cool. Here we are on the V0 version. I'll drag and drop. Nope, that adds it to the chat. Because whenever you drag and drop here, it adds to chat instead. So we'll throw the live template for my stream. Cool. If I refresh, will it still be there? Nope. Because it's not persisting anything. It doesn't have a database, so it doesn't know what to do. I'm sure it's probably putting these up somewhere. But this is all client mocked. So even if it comes out and it looks all pretty like it does here, the data is not being stored. There is no auth. There is none of the other things that we need. Why do the files disappear when I refresh? Cool. It added the upload button. Now we can click that. Upload. The toast is very broken again. Ugly, but it works. And now we have this image uploaded. And if I refresh, it's still there. And what's even crazier is if I open this somewhere else, like, I don't know, Very competent browser. Oh, it's because web containers are a Chrome thing. Fun. Paste that in here. Nope, it's just broken. Let me sign in with GitHub quick. Give me 1 sec. Okay, so this is a Chef link, so it seems like it struggles with the connection there. Probably just a bug on their end. What I can do is add a preview or just deploy it. Let's just deploy it, see what happens. I went back to the V0 version. Missing required environment variables. Okay, we'll just create an upstash for Redis connection. Sure. Again, this is the thing with V0 is you have to go integrate each service as you need it. And it will integrate it, and it might work. But having it all in one place is actually very nice for this particular use case. Cool, deployed. View site. Sign in anonymously. We already have that image. Open this up here. Sign in anonymously here. Now the magic happens. Upload photo. We're going to use the thumbnail for one of my recent videos. See how it appeared immediately in both just from that one upload? Notification's broken as hell. But that live syncing just being built in is so cool. It's so cool. I'm still not over it. Oh, try drag and drop. Good point. Let's see if that fixed the drag and drop. It did. That's so cool. That's genuinely awesome. Yeah, this is why I'm hyped. Oh God, you guys found the link. I'm gonna go take that down before I forget to. You can't say that's not cool as hell though. Settings, and delete. Cool. How nuts is that though? That you can literally prompt your way to an actual like live image sharing thing and it all just works. Now let's see how V0 did now that we have the global stream. Can I refresh and have it still be there now? Cool. I could manually tell it to go add auth. And it might work, but from my experience, it won't. It's going to go add Supabase. So now we have our database on Convex. We have our data on, or we have our database on, or sorry. So now we're going to have our database on Upstash. Our auth, it gave options, but it picked next auth. Very stable library. How is it even going to store the data from auth, though? Is it going to put it in Redis? Where's it going to put that data? Whatever. Even if it works, it's going to be messy. You get the idea. I am very impressed with what Convex cooked here. Chef is the thing I would use if I was AI generating an actual application. And I would encourage giving it a shot if you haven't. It's very impressive what they built here. The future of these tools is super exciting. And I hope people like our friends over at Bolt, people like our friends at Lovable, V0, and especially Firebase Studio, because they are the ones that really should be doing this. I hope they all see the value of a back-end heavy tool like this, where it can build not just a fancy looking UI, but an actual full stack application. Thank you to Convex for listening to me bitching for the last however many months, almost a year at this point. Thanks for hearing out this idea and building something awesome. I'm pumped to be the smallest possible part, just bullying the CEO into making the product until he does it. I'm really proud to say I was right, and this is the correct place to be building tools like this. Let me know what you guys think. Until next time, keep prompting. Cool. I don't think about Notion Mail. I'm very happy with Superhuman. Thinking about something. Accidentally muted. Anything else in here I don't want? I think we're good. Marker is how I manage what topics I covered so I can chop the file after stream. This, I don't have anything to say on yet. I want to see how these two directions go because they're both very interesting. Chef is done. I want to talk about this Cloudflare thing. I'm just not talking yet. I was getting things ready for the next video. Let's dive straight in so I don't fall too far behind. Today we're talking about a small indie company. You may have heard about them before, Cloudflare. They're very, very small. They're only being used on like 20.5% of websites. They're used for a lot of different things, from hosting to file management to CDNs to, most importantly, DDoS protection. Very, very common, or using Cloudflare to prevent your services from being hit with DDoS is incredibly common. It's a good chance you're buying your domains through them. There's a good chance you're using the CDN for other things too. Cloudflare has taken over the web, and the vast majority of heavy traffic, heavy value services are using Cloudflare somewhere in their stack. At the very least, they're using it as that DDoS layer. Cloudflare is a very, very popular solution to a lot of problems we run into as web devs, which is why Spain's recent decision to fully block Cloudflare's IP addresses whenever there is a football game going on is within the most insane things I've ever heard a government do. This is like the textbook example of why you shouldn't let government people make policies about specific technical implementations. Because it's not just Cloudflare, by the way. Normally, Cloudflare's arch nemesis... what the hell is on? Yeah. What broke there? Cool. Here's the game. Yeah. Vercel's or Cloudflare's biggest shit talker by far is Guillermo, the CEO of Vercel, and they're being hit the exact same way. It's pretty absurd. Pretty absurd is generous. This is one of the stupidest things I've seen in a very, very long time. The Spanish government should be ashamed. The Spanish government should be ashamed. The people should be rioting. And we have to talk all about this. If I'm going to lose all of my customers from Spain, we need to make up for the money somehow. So we're going to do a quick word from today's sponsor and then dive right in. Spain breaks the web. Okay, let's dive into how Spain is fundamentally breaking the internet. There's a couple pieces we need to talk about here. There's the IP law and piracy side. There's another type of IP, though. IP addresses that we'll have to talk about too, as well as DDoS protection and identification. This is the general three pieces we're going to have to talk about. Let's start with IP addresses. If you're not familiar, there's an IP address. It's 4 numbers that describe an address something can go to, kind of like a phone number. You have a phone number 1234, or we'll do 1-800-54. Cool. This phone number is assigned to a person or a device, and when someone types in this number and calls it, telephone networks will use this number to figure out where to route the call and connect you. IP addresses are similar. This is an IPv4 address specifically. There's a problem with IPv4 addresses, though. There aren't that many of them. I know you're looking at that number and you're like, what do you mean there aren't that many of them? That's like 1 for every 2 people on Earth. Yeah. That's actually not that much, because any one person could have multiple things that need different IP addresses. And more importantly, a lot of these are reserved for certain things like privacy, like local usage, etc. IP addresses are sold in blocks, which are chunks of address space that can be used for different things. And most of those chunks are taken. We are actually in the middle of an IP crisis. We are out of IPv4 addresses. This is bad, because if I have, I don't know about you guys, but I have a lot of websites. I'm just going to go to my domains quick. This is hilarious. Here is just a taste of a bunch of the domains that I currently have set up on one of my Vercel accounts. I have a lot of domains. If each of these was its own IP address, that would not be viable, because I, as one person, have a ton of domains. It's very surprisingly easy to use up a lot of them. So if every company, every dev, every subdomain, everything was to have too many of these IP addresses, you can see how quickly we run out, which is why it is basically essential for businesses to reuse IPs. So if you were to look at if you were to go through the domains that I had there and pick any handful of them, there's a good chance that markerthing.com and unduck.link both resolve the same IP address. Let's just check it. DNS check. Okay. That's the DNS propagation. DNS lookup tool. Cool. Here we are. Unduck resolves to this IP address, And if we go back here and grab marker thing, previous IP address 663360. 663360. Crazy. The reason for that is the domain is mapping to this one IP address that is Vercel's, as we see here as well, the Vercel DNS. Once that DNS has been hit, it can look at the domain name you're requesting and forward you to the right place. This is essential to how the internet works today, because if every single domain had its own dedicated IP address, we would have been out a very, very, very long time ago. Because every computer effectively needs its own IP address. Every computer in your house, every computer at AWS, every computer that Facebook is using to host their servers, every phone in your pocket, everything needs an IP address in order to send things to and from it. So if we are out of them, we are screwed. And that is why we have IPv6. IPv6, there's a lot more of. Yeah. My face is cutting off the answer because it's such a big number. 2 to the power of 128. There are significantly more IPv6 addresses. Show one. They look like this. IPv6 is awesome because you will use... IPv6 is awesome because we won't run out of them, like ever. It's basically theoretically impossible to. The problem is that most things don't support it. Things like your ISP, which is your internet service provider, they don't support IPv6 probably, which means if you have a domain that resolves to an IPv6 address, it will choke up and fail. As such, most websites, I would go as far as say pretty much all websites, are still expected to run IPv4 for their hosting. This is the problem. So how do we handle this with a service like Cloudflare or Vercel? Every time I make a build on a service, whenever I push code up to GitHub, an environment is created, and that needs to have an IP address for you to get to it. So if every time I did that, for every project, I created an IP address, I personally have published tens of thousands of instances that theoretically would need their own IP. That is not viable with IPv4. So what all of these services do is they have a pool of IP addresses that aren't shared amongst a customer, they're shared amongst customers. So when I register on Cloudflare and you register on Cloudflare, we both are getting the same IP addresses. The reason that this is important, the reason Cloudflare is in front, is because they're going to protect you from things like a DDoS attack. You might have seen this screen at some point in your life. If this is allowed. Checking your browser before accessing. This is a thing you can set up with Cloudflare to check the user before they go in. So if your site's suddenly getting way too much traffic and you think you might be getting DDoSed, they will add a check step in front where a different page is loaded, checks to make sure you're a real user by running certain JavaScript and other characteristics that are really hard to emulate with a bot to see if you're a real user. And if you are, then it lets you through. This is essential if your services are getting spammed and attacked. One of the best products for this. Vercel is starting to catch up with theirs, but like those are the two best options by far for protecting your services from getting denial of service attacks via massive distributions of spam. Very, very common. And this is the thing, like, I would guess half or more of the websites I go to are using either them or Vercel to solve this problem. I know we rely on them heavily to keep T3 chat from getting spammed to all hell and back. It's essential for the success of our services. But that means we're all relying on Cloudflare, and more importantly, our URLs point to one of Cloudflare's IP addresses. Cloudflare has a large bucket of people using it. And we're actually going to pull up an old rant. There's a decent chance you guys have seen this rant already, because we go to my channel and we sort by most popular. It almost got 1 million plays. This video was about a thing Pirate Software tweeted about that I totally agreed with. A game site, or what was the name of the site? Itch, yeah. The problem that this video is discussing is a random company, Brand Shield, got itch.io taken down because they went to the DNS provider and said, hey, you have this game on your service that is breaking the law, take it down. So I'm going to grab this diagram because we're going to reuse it because things get a little more absurd. Why is the font wrong size here? I have no idea what happened there. Browser hard, okay? So let's pretend the people who were sharing the piracy streams were doing it on Twitch. We'll pretend Twitch uses Cloudflare. They don't. They use AWS. We'll pretend. DDoS protection. We'll also have DNS, which is also Cloudflare. Registrar, which is also Cloudflare. We're going to add some layers here. I'm going to delete all these parts for now. Let's say we have like this rough stack. You're a viewer going to watch something on a stream, maybe like I am now on Twitch. You go to watch a stream, that means a person is streaming the video. Twitch is hosting the service where the streaming is happening and the viewer is going to consume it. Cloudflare has the DDoS protection layer in front of it. They also probably are providing server, stuff like that. They also, below that, have the DNS, which is what turns the URL into an IP address to then let the user access the service. And then there's the registrar, which is what turns that like name into an actual thing that is registered with these internet companies so that you can have that URL and have that name turn into the right IP address. All of these layers are necessary for a service. So let's say the person here is breaking the law. We'll pretend that the streamer in the middle here is streaming copywritten content. Totally never happened before, right? I say as somebody who built a lot of the tech on the safety side of Twitch that had to deal with this. Yeah. So we have a streamer that is streaming video that they should not be streaming. We'll even use the literal example here. They're streaming a football game live that you should have had to play. Or we'll even use the example here, which is they're streaming a soccer game live that is a pay-per-view event. So they paid for it, they're capturing their screen, and they're resharing it so people could watch it for free. It's understandable that a given company, or it's totally understandable that a lawyer for that company would try to get that stream taken down because it is breaking the law. This is somebody breaking the law. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that what they're doing is okay. It is not. The problem is addressing it at this level is not necessarily easy to do. So if I am the lawyer for Big Soccer, the lawyer for Big Soccer could do their best to go after and sue the person here, the one streaming the video. But chances are, by the time they actually get to them, the game is going to be done, and they're even less likely to be able to identify this person. And if Twitch wasn't doing enough to help Big Soccer ban things here, they would go a layer down. They would go to Twitch. They would contact Twitch and say, hey, your service is being used to break the law. You're not doing a good enough job taking down these illegal streams. We will take legal action against you if you don't put more effort in. And if you either fail at this step because Twitch ignores you or you're incompetent, you can go a layer lower and say, hey, Cloudflare, there is piracy going on with people using Cloudflare. This Twitch site's being used exclusively for streaming illegal things. You need to take them down. And if Cloudflare doesn't do their due diligence, they might take down a customer, even if it's a very, very small percentage of their traffic is being used for illegal things. What happened in Spain isn't even that level of irrational. It goes further. There are ISPs, which are internet service providers. We'll say you're on, I don't know, Comcast, everyone's favorite. That's an internet service provider. When you use the internet, there is a company that is turning the thing you're doing on your device into a network connection, going to the server and bringing back that data to you. If they were to go after the ISPs, I would say they're being incredibly incompetent. That's not a thing you should do. You shouldn't be going after ISPs because of users on the ISP doing things. Nonsense. But they didn't stop there. They went even further. They went down to the government level. They petitioned for the government to instantiate a hard ban of any IP addresses they identify as providing pirated content. But if we go back up to where we started, you might remember a problem. These IP addresses are being reused. So if Cloudflare isn't just providing for Twitch, but it's providing for 15 other things, closer to like 15 million other things, and one of them is identified to be used for piracy, they don't contact the service owner, they don't contact Cloudflare, they don't even contact the ISP anymore. They went to the government and said, hey, anytime we identify one of these things as violating this law, it has to be banned all the way up the chain. So now, whenever Big Soccer reports an IP address, every ISP, every provider in Spain is legally required to block that IP address. Actual fucking insanity. Who? Garcia 98? User Garcia 90. This is. Oh, that's a fun new arc or new Zen bug. C98, 3 messages. It's judicial response to the demands of La Liga under IP law. Okay, so the judge is coming in. So it's not like the government instantiated a policy for this. It's more that the judge of the case said that all ISPs are required to follow these demands. It's also convenient that the people who own the sports channels also happen to be the most popular ISP in Spain. Yeah. A very bad precedent that has been set here. And since the company that runs this internet layer, since I think it's La Liga, right? The company that runs the internet for most of Spain also is part of Big Soccer. And they want to make sure they can sell their subscriptions to watch those games. Or sorry, Telefonica. Thank you, guys. Because this party and this party are the same party, they can basically get away with whatever they want. And they have done that. They've went to the government and gotten permission to blanket ban and also expectation that other ISPs will do the same. And the result is that a significant portion of the internet goes down in Spain whenever there is a soccer game. That is hilarious and terrifying. This means that when there is a soccer game going on in Spain, users can't use my chat app, T3 Chat, because we built on Vercel and their IPs are getting banned. It means that you can't use government services. If you're trying to file for immigration or renew your passport or something, or check your flights because you're leaving Spain, and a soccer game happens to be going on, there's a very good chance you cannot check your airport, or there's a very good chance you can't check your airline's website or app because it's being blocked. That's insane. This is actually unreal. This is absurdity. I've never seen something go this low in this chart. Like, my most popular video is me explaining that going down one layer below the service owner was too much. Going down to the courts to mandate ISPs enforce blocks of things that are entirely unrelated is so genuinely fucking insane that I didn't believe it when I first heard it. But now that I have like two companies that are like mortal rivals, Cloudflare and Vercel hate each other. They are on the same side of this one, which shows the severity of how stupid and bad this is. This is what happens when you let interest groups explain to government how a thing works rather than the people. But since the people who explain to the government how ISPs work and what the role of the internet is and how piracy is all happening, since this company was the one to explain to this group, the judge in this case, how this all worked, the judge got a biased view of how the internet works, and now they can delete everything above their line. So what are my takeaways here? First one, obviously, we need IPv6 immediately. So many of these problems would be reduced if services didn't have to reuse their IP addresses. You would have a much easier way to go up the chain and not screw over 20+% of the internet if every website had an actual IP address dedicated to it. That would be the first step. The second step, we need government employees who get this stuff. If a judge is ruling on a case about how the internet works, the judge should know how the fucking internet works. There is a problem in the US right now where there's a particular court in Texas, in the middle of nowhere, that is so bad about understanding technology that patent trolls camp there and file bullshit lawsuits because they can trick the judges into going in their favor. It's absurdity. These things need to be like government level fought against constantly. And most importantly, we need the Spanish people to speak up. People in Spain should be outraged right now. They should be rioting in the fucking streets over this, that the internet is being censored because Big Soccer is mad that they're making slightly less money. And in the interim, for now, please use a VPN. I hate this. I really hate that the solution right now is that you have to use a VPN. But like, if you're in Spain, do not let Telefonica see a thing that you're doing on the fucking internet. This company is terrible, corrupt, evil, and should be treated as such. Operate as though this company is like... Operate as though this company wants to ruin your life because they are not acting in your interest at all. Do not let them see a thing about what you do. Fuck Telefonica. Fuck whatever judge thought this was an okay thing to do without checking with actually intelligent people about what the fuck he was doing. I would be less harsh on the judge if it wasn't for the fact that they just refused... Where's the... I'd be less harsh on the judge if he didn't... I would be less harsh on the judge if they didn't ignore and dismiss the appeal filed by Cloudflare about how bullshit this was. Cloudflare tried to come in and explain why this is stupid, and the judge dismissed it fully. Fuck that. Fuck them. In the words of RootedCon, which is a group fighting for the rights of privacy of people on the internet, the judge has surprisingly dismissed our request in Cloudflare's, allowing La Liga to continue blocking at will websites and IP addresses that have no connection to piracy whatsoever. RootedCon remains firmly committed to defending citizens, and we will pursue all necessary legal means. We don't understand the judge's decision, as we assumed he hadn't been provided with all the information necessary to issue a ruling. Unfortunately, his role has now become clear. If this was just the judge being misinformed, that's one thing. Now the judge has been given the information, and he is continuing to be an asshole. If it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's probably bad for the people. It's insane. I cannot believe this went this far. So yeah, fuck that judge. Spain, start rioting. Soccer is not worth giving up your rights for. Soccer is certainly not worth giving up the government. Soccer is certainly not worth giving up half the internet for. This is pathetic. Yell at your government. Get that judge fucking fired because they're certainly in cahoots with Telefonica, or they're just bad at their job. It's one or the other. I'll let them sue them and figure it out. But that judge is either corrupt or stupid. In either case, they should not be a fucking judge. I haven't been this mad at something in a minute, so I'm going to move on. Just fuck all of this. Have good DMCA law. Content that is illegal should be informed at the point of hosting, not at the point of IP address. 5 layers down the goddamn chain. Insanity. To anybody watching in Spain, I hope you could get to the video fine and that there wasn't a soccer game going on. And to everybody else, don't let your governments do this stuff. It's really hard to walk back once it starts. Until next time, keep the internet free. Cool. That's hilarious. Change stream title. I'm too lazy to change stream title. This bug's really annoying. Oh. This is very, very important. What's this? Marker extra for Figma. Cool. I haven't done the UUID thing yet. We'll get there in a bit. Sneak this in whenever I'm talking about Figma trying to fundraise. I did it like 2 or 3 times. Wherever you think fits, do that. Fun thing that just happened after I finished filming the video. My editor will stuff this wherever it fits. Figma just filed for a US IPO. Or Figma just filed for a US IPO. Does it have an intended valuation for it? Last year, they were valued at $12.5 billion after it closed the deal to allow employees and early investors to sell some of their stake to new and existing investors. They are now filing for the IPO. Makes a lot of sense. They need their brand to be perceived as valuable. They need their brand to be perceived as valuable as possible right now more than ever. So they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to make sure any potential external risk to Figma's visible path to success is destroyed. Because if anything even looks like it might get in their way of success, the IPO goes much, much worse. We're talking about like a 5 to 10% difference being billions of dollars. They're going to fight hard now more than ever. And that's why we're going to start seeing this type of bullshit behavior more than we've ever seen it before. That one is done. I'll sync this into sources. Thank you. Who sent me the Reuters link, by the way? That was super helpful. Appreciate you a ton for dropping that link, whoever it was. Sorry, I lost track of it. No, thanks for the kind words. Save your money, man. I don't need it. Appreciate the support regardless. What do you think of Pocket Base? I don't have too many thoughts on Pocket Base, honestly. Your decision. Nice. Didn't know about that. Very good ruling. Good to know. This isn't all. Nice. Dope. Yeah, I saw the OpenAI social network thing. I don't know what to think or how to feel about that yet. Judge is a fool. How are you a judge if you can't understand? Yep, absolutely agree. Oh shit, I missed a bunch of stuff here. Let me thank everybody who I missed while I was ranting nonstop there. Now we got the tier 2. I think we got Insanity. I think we'll start here. Way of Life with the Prime. Thank you so much. I'm not there, bruh. Awesome username. Thanks so much. Planning for my thoughts. Will I add RAG or RAG or some sort of web search for models other than Gemini and T3 chat? In the future, absolutely. Not for a little bit, though. We got a lot to do. Fred here with the 36 months of support. Fucking legend. MHL, I totally missed your gift bomb. I'm so sorry, man. No chats. What? Well, if you're still here, man, thank you so much. If there's anything in particular you want me to cover, make sure you let me know. We got Akshay here for 10 months of support. Thank you so much. Dog1 here with the Prime. Ryan Valgo with the 5 months of Prime. Thank you so much for each of those. It's good to see you, man. You're going to be in Miami, right? Of course you are. You live in Florida. Then you got Mitch here with the 10 months of support. Thank you so much. Erebus with the 10 months. Yash, always good to see you, man. About to hit that 2-year mark. Italy blocked Google Drive over piracy. That's hilarious. Yeah, I'll be at React Miami, of course. I'm flying out very early tomorrow. I will never cover something that's so far from my knowledge. Thanks for asking, but yeah. Oh, Jess, thank you. We need to hang soon. Wait, didn't you leave California? Why would you leave the Golden State? You're even further. We never even hung out outside of TwitchCon, bitch. Let's hang soon. New Orleans. Okay, that's fun. That is fun. I cannot commit to anything right now. React Miami is going to be insane, and I'm not there for long enough to make plans. And George here with the Prime sub for 7 months. Does Azure's OpenAI API support 4.1? Almost certainly not. They still don't even have the 4.0 update. Let me go check that quick, actually. Give me 1 sec. Make sure I do this without leaking things. I'm not doing... Somebody asked in chat, am I doing a Euro tour when? I'm sorry. Never. I don't leave the US unless I have a really, really good reason to. I have too much shit to do, sadly. Oh, shit. Look at that. 4.1's in here. Fuck yeah. That's going to save us a lot of money. Is the latest 4.0 in here yet? Nope. Still old 4.0. But they do have 4.1, so I might move that over to Azure in the near future so that we can save a bunch of money because we have a shitload of Azure credits. Cool. That UI was Azure's AI Foundry. I did a ton of conference stuff last year. I'm intentionally toning it down this year. Realistically speaking, like a conference talk is a worse YouTube video with less return and less viewership. It's just like almost any talk I can do that's worth doing, I should just do a video instead. So I'm in a weird spot where that almost nobody else is in, where I already have the audience. The talks are not more fun. They are way less fun. You can't edit a talk. You can't ask chat to find a source for you doing a talk. It's I just love ranting about shit here with you guys. It's my preference. Talks are fun for things that I can't make a video on because they're too niche and nobody would care. Like my talk on suspense that I did. I thought that was fun. But formatting that as a talk, guessing how long it would be, like the amount of work that went in relative to the amount of like impact it could have, the ratio there was just way off, and I don't care enough to bother anymore. In the future, like if I'm doing things like that, it's probably going to be more like roundtables or just like my talk will be a rant about X, where I just go up and complain about something I have a lot of thoughts on. Speaking of things I have a lot of thoughts on, I want to see if 4.1, now that it's in here, has performance metrics on Azure versus Open. Yes, it does. This is important for me, guys. I need these numbers to be close. And it looks like these numbers are very close. We can move 4.1 to Azure. The latency's higher, which I hate. I do really hate that. But the speeds are almost the same, and we have a ungodly amount of startup credit with Azure right now that we're not really using because we used it mostly for 4.0 Mini. And 4.0 Mini is not something anyone uses anymore, and it barely costs money anyways. I thank you guys for asking. You might have just saved me like tens of thousands of dollars. That'll be a fun thing to figure out in a few days, if Mark's not already on it. File simply uploaded to the LLM API right now. Yeah, Friction, thank you for the gift sub. Also, Fake Lara here with the Prime, Ethan with the Prime, and Foldster with the Prime. Thank you all for the support, guys. I want to do something with Juxtaposed, but I don't want it to be like him working for me for free. I want something that's more beneficial for him than me because he's cooler and smaller, and I want him to be huge. Okay, probably shouldn't say this, but 150K is the small number you can get from Azure. You can get a lot more if you're a YC startup. It's pretty dumb. There was a point in time where we kind of saw T3 chat as like a worst case. If it didn't go well and it cost more than it made, we could at least use it as a way to convert all of our credits that we got from Azure and Google into dollars. But since then, like even without all the credits accounted for, I did the math assuming we're paying market rates for everything. We're still profitable by quite a bit. So we're fine now. I did not expect T3 chat to go even like a 50th as well as it has. Like my highest expectations were maybe a tenth of where we're at right now. I never saw it that way. My original plan was, I can share these numbers, fuck it. Pick thing made 1 to 1.5K a month. So 1.5K MRR. Infra costs, because I went kind of ham on that side, were relatively low, like $100 a month or less. So that was decent money, considering like the ratio there. I wanted to make my company profitable. So I did the math and I said, okay, if we could get this up to like 2K, and we did this like 6 or 7 more times, we would roughly be at break even. So we should try and find more of these small, useful tools. And if we can get enough of these, the business will no longer be losing money. Then T3 chat did hilariously well. And by itself, it is much more than making us profitable. So yeah, T3 chat was meant to be one of the like 6 to 8 projects we would build that all together would be enough MRR to keep us afloat. And it just went way further, way faster than I ever would have expected. If you're bootstrapping, you're not getting shit. I'll say that outright. Because the reason companies give credit to startups is because the startups are very likely, I should say very likely. There's only 2 paths. Like if I'm Amazon and I give a startup $200,000 of credit, there are maybe 3 paths that can happen. Path 1, startup barely uses the credit, runs out of money for normal, like paying employees and shit, and fails. Option 2, startup uses all of the money that they got in credits. Now they have a crazy spend target because they're spending like 10K a month in order to spend the 100 or 200K a credit. Now you have a potential customer for a long time that is spending ungodly amounts of money because you gave them so much credit they got used to spending too much. Or option 3, which is surprisingly rare, which is they use all the credits, can't afford to pay afterwards, and then they fail. So it makes a ton of sense because the first 2 options are most likely. Option 1 is that the company doesn't use the credits and fails. Option 2, they do use the credits, succeed enough, and now they're paying insane amounts of money. So generally speaking, they're doing the credits to lock you in. So why don't they give credits to Bootstrap? Because Bootstrap is never going to get far enough that it's spending the 10 grand a month almost ever. The reason you bring in VC money is so you can exponentially increase the potential for success and keep your curve up and to the right. If you're not doing that, your growth trajectory is significantly slower. You're as likely, if not more likely, to fail. and the potential value that you could provide Amazon is significantly lower. Bootstrap means you didn't raise money for your company. It means you started a company yourself. You're not raising money. You're covering costs yourself. There's no reason for AWS or somebody like that to give you money in that position. Is this useful enough to make like maybe a third channel video on it? Why does Amazon give people $300,000 of credit? Is this a vid? Overwhelmingly in one direction. Why does AWS give marker? Why does AWS give money to startups? Cool. I have no idea what this video is going to look like. We're talking about this because somebody in chat asked if they can get the credits that a lot of startups give as a bootstrapper. Where is that message? How do you get so much credit? I'm bootstrapping. There we go. So if you weren't familiar, AWS has a startup program. AWS startup program will give you an ungodly amount of credit. The initial credit is up to $100,000 in credit towards using AWS. And there is a separate, I think it's 125, might be 150K credit for AI startups. So Amazon will give 100K flat out to startups and 150K on top separately to AI startups. The only catch is credit expires in 2 years. I know this because we redeemed our 100K way too early in the history of Ping, hit the 2-year mark, used maybe $8,000 of it, and just lost the other 92K. Before we were actually an AI startup, we were planning on using AI for like image gen stuff. For not image gen. Before we were actually doing T3 chat, we did have plans to do some AI stuff with AWS. Specifically, we wanted to use Bedrock to scan the contents of things like images to make sure they were appropriate for upload thing. The funny thing here was when I was talking to our Amazon rep, they were trying to get us that credit, the startup credit for AI startups. And he had to ask, in order to be allowed to give the credits, does your startup intend to use AI to bolster its success? And I said yes, because I had the funniest plan ever. What I actually intended to do was I was going to go on AWS Bedrock, generate an image, just a random crappy whatever, like an AI photo of myself, post it on YouTube as my thumbnail for a video saying, this image saved me $150,000. Because that in and of itself would have qualified. I used Amazon's services to generate something that immediately benefits my business. And it would have been hilarious to have a crappy AI photo and say, this photo saved me $150K, but it would have literally been true, which is, in my opinion, fucking hilarious. But this is just Amazon, though. They're not the only one. There's also Microsoft with Azure, I should say. Azure confidently states on their homepage, they'll give you up to $150,000 of Azure credits towards a wide range of AI models, including OpenAI services. Yes, you can use most of OpenAI's models on Azure for free if you are a startup and get this credit. So you get at least $150K for AI, but they don't even earmark it, which makes this one even funnier. We'll talk about what that all means in a minute. But that's not the only credit they'll give you. Microsoft's been trying really hard to win Y Combinator. If you're not familiar, Y Combinator is an early stage startup accelerator. They invest $500K into your company, get 7% plus another weird chunk that's hard to describe. That's not what this video is about. They invest some money, they get a percentage of your company, you come to SF, spend 3 months in a boot camp, raise a bunch of money at the end, and go run your startup with a decent chance of success. And by decent, I mean higher than 1%, because every other startup has a very low chance of ever making money. Most startups fail. Like 99% of startups fail hard. Y Combinator startups have a much higher than usual chance of being very successful. That's why we have Stripe, Airbnb, Instacart, DoorDash, Cruise, Twitch, Coinbase, Pay. You get the idea. There are a lot of Y Combinator startups that have found success. Even stuff like OpenAI started through Y Combinator because Sam Altman, who you see right there, used to run Y Combinator. Huge group of people helping make early stage companies successful. I owe them for so much of my success. It's hard to put into words. Just like the way Michael Seibel in particular helped me rewire my brain didn't just make me a better CEO and a better founder of a company. It's what made me good at YouTube. I love these guys. And yeah, funny, good call out here, Garrett. OpenAI originally started with the name YCAI, which is kind of hilarious if you think about it. Y Combinator is awesome. If you are trying to make a startup, I would highly recommend applying. Getting in is harder than like Harvard and Yale combined. But if you do, you should take it. It's a very, very cool opportunity. But since YC companies are so likely to become one of these, at least more likely than most, there's a lot of incentive for businesses to get early stage YC companies using their product. Because if you start using AWS when you have 3 employees, and in 5 years you have 1,000 employees, you probably are still on AWS, let's be real. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And that's why they have the Y Combinator deals page. That's the standard deal. They hide it. Okay, yeah. If you're not an internal YC company founder or an external partner, you can't see the page, and I cannot share it for reasons that are hopefully obvious. There are some insane deals in here. I'm trying to see if there's a public source for how much the AWS one is. Oh, here it is. EW's founders learned of a partnership that enabled Y Combinator companies to receive $350,000 worth of credit from Azure. Do you understand? That is insane. It has, actually, I don't even think that one has an expiration, if I recall. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's no expiration on Azure's credits either, because they're trying so hard to beat out AWS and their credit that we have up here. So Amazon, 100K to VC-backed startups that get approved in the program, 150K if they're going to use AI on AWS at all. Credits expire after 2 years. Microsoft wanted to make sure they didn't lose those early stage companies. I think that the terminology that Satya uses is cloud native companies. So here alone, we have 150K from Azure, or from here alone, we have 150K from Amazon, 350K from YC. What about Google? Google matched it. 350K in cloud credits. Theirs expire, though. They have a 2-year expiry. So across all of these options, because you get the 150 plus the 100, so you get 250K from Amazon, 350, and this is, to be clear, these two aren't additive like they are for Amazon. So I'll put a plus here. Put an or there. I'll put the or here. So that's 100K, or we'll do the 250K from Amazon, 350K from Google, or for Google, 350K, God damn, time's hard, 350K for Azure. That's a lot of money. That's almost $1 million of credit. Plus, yeah, that's what I thought. I did the math in my head. I just want to be sure. Math is hard, okay? It's 950K of cloud credit. That's insane. Especially because you almost are certainly going to be able to get this if you go through Y Combinator. So YC invests 500K, and as part of it, one of the benefits is you can get up to $950,000 of credit. It's a couple catches. Fewer than you expect. The biggest one that we've run into is on Google, funny enough. Google's credits apply for pretty much everything, but there's a big exception. Do not apply for third-party models. Okay. The big exception is that Google's credits do not apply for third-party models. As you might know, Microsoft and OpenAI have a partnership where you can use OpenAI models on Azure. That's how we host a handful of our OpenAI models. Anthropic wants to compete, but obviously Anthropic wants to compete, but obviously because of Microsoft and OpenAI's deal, it's unlikely they can end up there. So what they have done is they went with Amazon and Google. Both Amazon and Google have an option to use Claude on their infra instead. So if you're an AWS person or a Google Cloud person, you want to keep everything in one cloud, you can pay a fee effectively to use Claude's models on the cloud that you're already on. But those prices that you'll get, because they're also worth noting, the price for using Claude on Amazon or Google is exactly the same as using it on the actual Anthropic servers. Same with OpenAI. The OpenAI price per token on Azure using their AI Foundry service, it's the exact same price as it would be through OpenAI. That's all certainly part of the deal they're doing behind the scenes. The way that affects me is Google is clearly having to pay some fee, some percentage of the compute cost to Anthropic whenever you use their models there. Because once Anthropic's given you the model, you're just using your own compute. Anthropic doesn't want that. They don't want to sell a license to the model. They want to sell the use of the model. So every time someone does something on Google's cloud using Anthropic, Anthropic gets some money back. So because of that, Google does not allow you to use this credit for third-party models. If I recall, Amazon does. I'm almost positive they do. Microsoft gives zero fucks. Of the three, Microsoft's been the easiest to work with. They have asked the least of us. They have given us the most blanket, do whatever the fuck we want. And it's a huge part of why we started T3 Chat, because we had all of this credit and I wanted to build some more stuff with AI. And it went way better than I ever would have expected. And that's why we need to talk about the incentives here. The why would we do all of this? This all started with, what about Bootstrap? We're going to throw this question away for a minute because I want to answer the easier question, which is, why would they give away so much money? So why would they do this? There's a couple different paths a company can go down. So let's say this is me, or this is Theo's company. I just quit the job at the shitty startup I was working at. I'm more frustrated than ever. My CEO at that job was the worst, but he made me realize something. Being a CEO can't be that hard if this dumbass can do it. So I decided I wanted to give it my own shot. There's a couple different paths we can go down. We'll call this one hobby project. So I'm building this thing. I like it a lot. I don't really want to deal with the whole startup thing. I don't want to hire employees. I don't want to go raise a bunch of money or do any of that stuff. So this has a very low likelihood chance of becoming $1 billion company. I'll say, like, most likely thing is it will fail. So top likelihood is it will fail. Second most likelihood is it will be what we call a lifestyle business, which is something that makes a good bit of money, enough for you to comfortably live on and be happy, but not enough to be worth millions, if not billions of dollars. Option 3 is you somehow make it to $1 billion valuation. I will say, to be very, very clear, there's a gap between 1 and 2 here. 3 is so low, you shouldn't even be able to see it. It's basically a 0% chance. So few billion-dollar companies start out of someone's pocket. It's insane. So let's look at the other paths. The one that actually matters here. VC backed. So I had connections with rich people because I worked at Twitch, which is part of Amazon, knew a lot of people. Many liked me a lot and had really positive impressions, specifically of my understanding of the markets I participated in and my ability to ship fast. That meant that a lot of people were down to throw me money because there was a chance I would find success. The chance isn't high, like the best case 1 to maybe 5%. But getting venture capital was possible for me because the venture capitalists, the people who had the money to pay me, had enough belief that I had a chance of being successful that they were willing to put their money on it. Not because I'm super likely, but because the chance isn't 0. And if you get to invest money in my company when it's worth $1 million, it ends up being worth $1 billion, you just 100x your money. Hell, 1,000x. That's insane. So there's a reason people invest in early stage companies. It's not because they're all going to succeed. It's because the few that succeed will make you insane amounts of money. It's not like a stock market. You can't pull out your money whenever. My investors gave my company money as an IOU for potential future equity. If we fail, they get nothing. But if we succeed, they get a percentage. It's not like normal stock. You can't just trade it or sell it whenever. You're not trying to get a 2x win. You're not trying to get a 7x win even. You're going for 100x wins. So VC, you can copy paste this. It's pretty much the same. Most likely thing is it will fail. Very unlikely, but still possible. You know what? I'll put percentage chances. I'll say here, this is obviously rough napkin math. There's a reason this isn't a real video. 90% chance it will fail. It's probably higher than that. It's like 95% chance it will fail. 4.999%. You can make a lifestyle business out of it. And the 0.001 is you'll somehow make it $1 billion. They're just like, if you look at the companies that IPO'd that are worth billions, it is incredibly rare any of them didn't take VC backing. The vast majority do. Vast majority do. So to compare here, 95, I'll even say 98% chance it will fail. But that roughly, not even 1%, it will be worth billions. That's why you do it. I'll say it's actually honestly more likely, like 1.5%-ish. You'll get acquired for an okay amount. And then like less than 0.5%, you'll be worth billions. So if I am Amazon and I want to set myself up for long-term success, which of these paths makes more sense? It's already pretty obvious it's this one. There are very, very few paths here where giving the hobby projects hundreds of thousands of dollars of credit will do anything. Because the best case is they're going to make hundreds of thousands of dollars, period. So if you give them more money than they could possibly make, much less they could possibly cost you, you will get nothing for it. If you give a hobby startup, like if you give a hobby company or a hobby project or some bootstrapped thing $500,000 of credit, they're not even going to be able to use it probably. And if they can, it's just going to speed up the rate at which they get to failure. But when it comes to VC-backed companies, even though the failure rate is higher, the success case is really, really beneficial to the service providers. So if we look at a VC-backed company, there's only so many paths they can end up going down, realistically speaking. I want to enter the text in this. There we go. Cool. Nice. So a given VC-backed company has a couple paths it can end up going down. Path 1, it fails. Let's think about what this looks like as AWS. So we gave this company $250,000 of credit. Chances are it's failing not because the servers cost too much, but because of two specific things. Reason 1, they don't make enough money. And reason 2, employees cost too much. The majority expense for the vast majority of startups is paying employees, even just paying the founders for like their rent and shit. Employee costs, even for us with T3 chat, is like 60 to 70% of our costs. And I'm paying myself an insultingly small amount of money. I actually, my finance team said I have to up it for some weird tax stuff, but like I'm not paying myself a lot. And even then, it's me and Mark full-time, Julius effectively full-time. That's enough to be the vast majority of our costs. And if we fail, it's not because AWS cost us too much. It's because we didn't make enough money to offset our employee costs and all the other things that make the company cost money. Path 2, acquisition. The acquisition case, we might have used some... Actually, no. I want to go down failure a little bit more because I want to think about how much money would this failure case have cost a company like AWS. If you're not making enough money, there's a very good chance it's because you don't have enough users. If you don't have enough users, there's an almost guaranteed chance that you're not using a whole lot of your credit on AWS. It is very hard to use $250,000 of AWS credit without at least a couple users. Basically impossible. As such, these fail cases probably don't cost Amazon a whole lot of money. If you get $250,000 of credit, you spend $10,000 of it, and then you fail, you didn't cost Amazon that much money. I know that because that's the boat we were in. We got our $100,000 of credit. We used barely any of it, and we almost failed because our products weren't getting enough attention and people weren't using them. It took till T3 chat for us to really have a viral success where our business is doing well and making money. As such, these fail cases don't cost Amazon a lot of money. Just because they gave you $250K doesn't mean they cost $250K to your business. You gave them a credit, they don't use it, doesn't cost them anything. Case 2, acquisition. I'll say this is the acquisition. I want to call it a fail case because you could be acquired because your business is doing really well, but usually acquisitions are acqui-hires because the startup is failing. There's either some tech valuable or, more importantly, a team that's cohesive and works well together that you can bring in. So like, just as an example of like a theoretical thing that could happen in the future, I am so tired of dealing with chat resumability and sync that I could go insane. If a company was to form to do chat synchronization, so when an AI message is being generated, it will store it properly, embed it in your app properly, and handle the case where the user refreshes, loses connection properly, I think they'd have a chance of making a lot of money. I would gladly invest money in that company. They might fail, though. They might just struggle to make enough money to justify the business's existence. But if there's a team of people that know how to build that thing and get it well enough, and T3 chat has become successful enough, I would acquire the shit out of that company so I could stop worrying about the problem. They could take over it internally, and I don't have to put the extra effort into building the team and running the team to make it happen. They already know how to do all of that part. The synergy you get when you acquire a team is really powerful. It makes a ton of sense why these small teams that don't quite hit what's called product market fit, which is when their product has enough traction that they're up and to the right with their charts. Makes sense why these acquisitions happen. But realistically speaking, very rare their server costs were high. If your company is cheap enough to be acquired for the team, it is very unlikely you used a whole lot of that AWS credit. And if you did, then you're an AWS company. And now you're going to show up and either you're going to help the company use AWS if they aren't yet, or you're going to join in on the fun if they already are. So this is another zero cost effectively to Amazon, because we'll say both of these cases cost $10K to the company. This one costs $10K. It happens 95% of the time. This one, we'll even say it was higher. We'll say this one was $25K. And this one happens 4.5% of the time. Now let's do out case 3. Case 3, unicorn. Unicorn is the term for a company that reaches $1 billion valuation. If this company, let's say they went all in on AWS, so they spend the whole $150K in 2 years. This is obviously a very small percentage of these companies. We'll say 0.5%. It's probably higher than that, but we'll say 150K 2 years, unicorn, 0.5%. Awesome. What happens year 3? They spent the whole 150K in 2 years. Or we'll even say the 250K, the whole thing. They spent $250,000 of AWS in 2 years. We'll say year 1 was 80K. Year 2 was not what I'm trying to use. What the fuck? 250 minus 80. Move to trash. Cool. 250 minus 80, 170. Year 2 was 170K. That was all credit. So this did cost Amazon 250K. What happens year 3, chat? What happens year 3? They moved to Azure for new credits. It happens, but not as much as you would think. Because if you're doing that much traffic on AWS, it is far too tough to move and migrate off that cloud. So what ends up happening almost always is your growth rate continues some amount and you end up spending 300K. So by itself, the unicorn that used all 250K of credit, almost certainly by the next year after the credits expire or have been used, is already spending as much money as they got in credit. And year 4, here's where the things start going crazy. Probably going to be in the 1 mil range of cash. So let's look at this. We'll say if we have 100 companies, 95 of them cost 10K. So 100 companies, 95 cost, so we need to do 1,000 for the numbers to work. So 1,000 companies. 150 cost 10K each. $45 cost, what was it? 25K. And you do get something back for that one. And then 5 profit 1 mil a year. I'll even go lower. We'll just do 500K a year. Indefinitely. That means that you spent, let me do the 45 times 25, 1125. Okay. 125. That means that you effectively spent, okay, 950. That's off by a digit. You effectively spent a bit over 10 mil to make minimum 200, you basically spent a bit over 10 mil to indefinitely make 2.5 mil a year. And chances are a couple of these are going to be quite a bit more. And if I could right now hand you $10 million and as a response get 2.5 mil per year, I would do that so fast. I would be going to all my friends and founders and everybody I know with money to save up the 10 mil so we could do this trade. This is the most obvious financial deal anyone could ever fucking do. Duh. So if you're wondering why these numbers are so big, why these companies get so much money and hand it all to these startups, it's actually pretty simple. There was only really two paths. Either they fail and they didn't spend the credit, so you didn't actually give them $250,000, or they succeed and they did spend the credit, and now you have a lifetime customer that's going to spend ungodly amounts of money on your service. A 25% yearly ROI is insane. This is like real rough napkin math. The numbers are probably better in favor of all of these platforms. It's kind of insane. Kind of unbelievably good deal for the companies. It's kind of an unbelievably good deal for AWS, Azure, and Google, which is why they're all racing to these crazy numbers of credits, because they don't care about giving you $350K, because either you don't use it or you do and you pay them a lot of money. So we'll go back to the question I threw away earlier. What about Bootstrap? So hopefully you guys know where we're going here. I think the answer to this part is pretty simple. Why the fuck would I ever give anything to a bootstrapped company? There's no incentive to it all. The likelihood of a bootstrap company finding success is incredibly low, and the likelihood that they end up at a high spend target is even lower. The successful bootstrap companies are things like the stupid company that the Rails guy runs, and they're more focused on exiting the cloud than they are paying the cloud. Bootstrap does not really happen. There are 10 to 100 times more bootstrap companies than there are VC-backed ones. And less than 1/100th of successful companies started bootstrapping. So it's like 100,000x worse likelihood. It makes literally zero fucking sense at all. Obviously, these companies are not going to give bootstrappers a bunch of credit, because they already do. And that's the fun spoiler. The reason I decided to film this whole thing is they actually do give the credit. In fact, I'd go as far as to say they give more than enough to cover the costs for the vast majority of bootstrappers. What credit am I talking about? The free tier. Everything that we just talked about has a free tier. For Vercel, you get 100,000 edge reads and 100 writes a month for free. 100,000 invocations. That's just the edge stuff. Actual compute and shit, you get crazy amounts of. Yeah, you get up to 1 million invocations of middleware a month. Tons of incremental static revalidation. You can play with AI models in the playground. You can do a ton of shit. AWS's free tier is kind of insane. You get 5 gigs of S3 for free. You get a ton of RDS for free and a ton of EC2 for free. You get so much shit. Oh, one of my favorites. You get 1 million Lambda invocations per month for free. What are you using your invocations for? I'm amazed where people aren't taking advantage of the fact that you can invoke a million instances of compute for free. This is your credit as a bootstrapper. The likelihood you can make real money is so low that there's no reason to treat you any different from somebody learning or a hobbyist. A person who is trying AWS in school and a person who is bootstrapping a business, both are similarly likely to make a bunch of money and cost a bunch of money for AWS in the future. The student has a real chance of bringing the things they like to a real company, though. So it makes a lot more sense to give this stuff to students than it does to hobbyists. Regardless, the easiest thing is to just give a free tier to everyone, and that's why they do it. So to your question of what about bootstrappers? Can they get credit? Yeah, you get the free tier. If the free tier is not good enough for you, you should probably not be bootstrapping. It is very rare that if your goal is to make a company that is worthwhile for Google to give that much credit to, then your goal is to build $1 billion company. And if your goal is to build $1 billion company, you're not doing that out of your goddamn pocket. And there are people who can, to be clear. It's just that none of them are watching this video right now because they're busy hanging out on their yachts in the middle of nowhere. If you don't have billions of dollars to spend, if you don't have billions of dollars to spend, you're never going to spend billions of dollars. It just makes sense. Why would any of these companies give you free shit as a bootstrapper if you have no path forward to spending a lot of money? So yeah. Enjoy your free tiers. You'll get plenty from them. Don't complain about startups doing startup things if you don't understand them. Hopefully, this will be a helpful thing for you to understand the chaos that is this world. Goodbye. Cool. I think that was a fun bonus vid. Yeah. I was tempted to go this direction, Vex, where like if you can't get somebody to like invest in your company, why would AWS give you free shit? But I didn't want to, I tried to avoid the bullying of bootstrappers as failed wannabe in like fundraising. Like it is very real that the people who get really angry about bootstrappers not getting enough stuff, almost all of them just got rejected from Y Combinator and are venting about it publicly. That's like almost always the case. But I didn't want to make that part of the video because that makes those people's brains fall out. Yep. Starting company is the right way to turn 20K into zero or turn 10 million into 10 billion. Yes, exactly. You get it. Yeah. Most YC companies applied 4+ times. Yeah. I find the bootstrapper and indie hacker community to be pretty fucking intolerable. The company, traction, pivots, all sorts of things. But usually when you're applying to YC, you're applying less as a company, more as a team. One of the most common ways somebody applies to YC, doesn't get in multiple times, and then does later, they bring on a co-founder and they pivot. So if I apply a bunch with a really bad idea solo, I get rejected constantly, then suddenly I apply like, hey, I reset my company. We're building something much cooler now. We're embracing AI, and I have a co-founder now because I realize I can't do this alone. They're looking for growth in the applications. If you can demonstrate growth through the application process, you're very likely to find success. They're intolerable because they talk shit on things they don't understand constantly and pretend that they are just as valuable as things that they don't understand. I've been on both sides. I've bootstrapped. I've helped a lot of bootstrappers, and I run a venture-backed business, and I help a lot of them. I invest in many myself. I've invested in over 80 companies that are early-stage companies. I'm deep in this world. I know it well. So when people who don't know a thing about it talk shit because they couldn't get in, it drives me mad. So to be clear, it's not that startups and bootstrappers hate each other so much. Startup founders don't think about bootstrappers. Bootstrappers that are good are busy bootstrapping, not talking shit on other people. The bad bootstrappers are the ones who are on Twitter talking all the time because it's the only way they can get any attention on their shitty thing. We're going to start for 1.5 years without receiving any pay. You should get equity for the 1.5 years. And assuming, so if you didn't get pay, that means you didn't sign anything, right? Because if so, all of the work you did for that company is legally yours. So I would tell them that what they did is fucked and they need to pay you for your time and not put anything on a fucking schedule. They need to just give you your equity. And if they're not down, you're going to take all the code you wrote for them because it isn't for them unless it was paid for. And you're going to bring that code to their biggest competitor and give it to them for the money they should have given you. Yeah. Fuck any company that you can work for 1.5 years without any pay, then offering you a cliff with vesting. Fuck them. Yeah, caveat, country of jurisdiction. To be fair, if this equity would ever be worth anything, then it's US. It is basically a 0% chance that an early stage startup in another region will actually ever be worth any money. It's very, very low chance. Cool. I do the UUIDs rant. What time is it? So we're doing good. We're at 4 videos. To be fair, what's a second channel video in 3 hours? What do you have for me here, Cooper? Oh, yeah. iOS has been unstable for a bit now. The latest iOS updates are making me fucking mad. I really hope they fix it. Go build shit. Stop trying to learn specific technologies. Build things, and if you find solutions that are different technologies, you can do it. Is this the image library thing? If so, I don't think I have much to say here. Let's get the UID stuff ready to go. Perfect. Oh, that's disable. That's really cool to see. Let's do this. Watch my video with the database stuff here. It's a very non-trivial problem. Anyways, I want to get this one started. This is not the usual video. Of course, my cat screamed at the door right when I start again. God damn it, my hair. I'm very unhappy with my hair today. What the fuck? The whole point of the hair change, so I wouldn't have to style it, and I still have to style it. God damn it. Yeah, we'll go with it. That's fine. This is not going to be the usual Theo video. Not that there is a usual Theo video, to be fair, but this is going to be more of a story and a journey to utter chaos. Some of the stupidest things I've ever seen anyone say on the internet, combined with fundamental misunderstandings of encryption, randomness, uniqueness, and a challenge that I presented, as well as a bunch of very fun memes and community stuff throughout. It started somewhere very interesting. I made a post about public URLs. The reason is a lot of the products we build would be significantly easier if the data wasn't put behind a traditional authentication wall. Rather, it was put behind a public URL that was super unique, so it's impossible to guess. I wanted to get a good feel for how people thought, or I wanted to see how people felt about this in terms of public versus private. Would you consider a URL with a super unique UUID plus other data to be truly private? Or is it public simply because you can copy paste the URL and you now have access to it? I thought this was an interesting question, and I got some really interesting feedback from people, including a super interesting source. This is how Google Photos used to work, where every image, when you opened it, would load a public URL, but they were randomly generated with the UIDs, so the likelihood anyone would find your URL was 0. Got enough feedback to pretty confidently say we cannot do this the way I want to for a few of our products. That's totally fine. We're not here to talk today about the public URL problem, although believe me, I wish we could. We're here to talk about a very interesting reply. Yes, it is public because you can easily brute force all variations. The question is if the data is worth the brute force costs for the one brooding. I am not convinced that Charlie here knows what a UUID is. And considering the fact that I had to spend hours trying to explain this to him, trying to build a challenge to get him to prove his bad assumption, and then doing a bunch of public comments about all of this, all of which I was unpaid for, I need to make some money back from this whole chaotic shit show. I promise you this one's worth the ride. Everything from my favorite site, everyuuid.com, with a super fun challenge. Oh, come on. I'm going to change how I just made that transition there to, yeah. If you want to see how far this spirals down to an update to everyuuid.com, where you can scroll to try and find my UUID to win the $1,000 that I put up as a challenge, is going to be a fun one. But someone has to pay these bills because I did all this shit for free. So quick sponsor cut. We'll be right back. Cool. So what the hell happened? Let's go through this thread in order. Charlie here is confident that he can brute force all variations of UUIDs. Not only is this bold, it's just objectively false. If you're not familiar, UUID v4, there's a lot of them. There's like how many? 5.3 times 10 to the power of 36. It's 2 to the 128. It's like, I think the number's undecillion. You can't, the likelihood you'll generate two UUIDs that are the same is roughly equivalent to running at a wall full speed and phasing through it because the atoms lined up with the atoms in your body such that none of them collided. It's roughly the same chance. In fact, I think running through the wall is a higher likelihood to be successful. Insane chance. The UUID format, or if you don't know what UUID stands for, it's literally universally unique identifier. The goal of UUIDs is to have an identifier that's unique enough that the likelihood you will generate two in a truly random environment is effectively zero. And to be clear, I'm not saying it's impossible. If your random generation solution isn't random enough, you can absolutely generate the same UUID twice. Thankfully, the vast majority of implementations anyone would use today are properly, truly random. So this makes the website with every UUID that much more impressive because it has all 5 point whatever undecillion, and you can Command F for any given UUID and find it. The hacks that Nolan did to make the site work are incredible. But to go back here, let's get through the thread. As I said here, are we talking about the same UUIDs? Because the easily brute force all variations quote is what? How do you brute force 5.3 times 10 to the 36 of anything? That's not viable. He then claims it's actually 2 to the power of 32 variations. And if you can make 100K requests off of one server per second, then you can brute force it in 12 hours. 2 to the 32 is a significantly smaller number than 2 to the 128. This is a made-up number. I was so confused when he said this that I said, where the fuck did you get that number from? I asked T3 chat, because what else would I ask? As you see, large number, very large number. UUID is not entirely random. You generate one UUID number and then vary it up and down for each item in the key. 2 to the 32 odds are you will find the correct one in 12 hours. To which I very calmly explain that he has literally no idea what the fuck he's talking about. He then drops a very, very funny article here, where in some specific Java implementation, there's a C function that has a high and a low value that are random, but the random isn't random enough, and the high is persisted. So theoretically, you'd be able to, with a likelihood of 2 to the 32, guess another UUID it might have generated, assuming you're using all of these particular bad implementations. So also of note is that this article is over 10 years old. Oops, none of these things are working. Great site. Also of note is that this article is almost 10 years old, and within a couple weeks of it being published, Chrome updated to make sure that this theoretical attack couldn't happen. And even better, if you were using the crypto.getRandomValues or the crypto.getRandomUUID functions, you would never have had this problem in the first place. The only way you could have had this problem is if you misused math.random in Chrome to manually generate an ID using the specific implementation that nobody was using. So given 15 theoreticals, all of which have been outdated for 10 years now, it is potentially possible that given all my code is running on one single server, all the generation happens on that one server, the UUID implementation is using this unsafe implementation from 10 years ago that nobody actually used. The UUID is the only identifier. There's no additional information used in this check. And you have another UUID that was generated through the same pass. There is a theoretical path where you could maybe generate another ID that computer generated, also assuming it's not UUID v4. I even forgot that part when I wrote this rant here. It's not a real thing. It is comically so not a real thing. Personally, I would run the code on a Lambda and a proxy. I could make millions of requests per second. Brute forcing is feasible via off-the-shelf. Specialize in synthetic data and AI simulations. No, you either specialize in trolling me in particular or being stupid on the internet. It's one or the other, and I haven't figured out which still, honestly. My gut is that he said something stupid, realized at some point that he was super wrong, and instead of accepting it, just kept getting stupider. Somebody asked, why am I so aggressive? Because he said something really stupid and indefensible. So much so that I think it's important to make a video here. So I said specifically here, he backed it up with an article about something entirely different. He confidently says it's the same thing. Maybe I discovered something new that no one else did, but give me a challenge with a considerate prize money and I will do it. So I did. I presented the impossible challenge. If it's so easy to guess a UUID, here you go. I ran the crypto random UUID function twice in Node on my computer. The first ID is this. The second, that's your challenge. I encrypted a text file with the following command. And I'll admit I screwed this up slightly because I used AES-256, which will decrypt successfully on nonsense values 1 out of 2,000 or so tries. I should have used a different encryption method that will always fail unless it's the exact right encoding. My mistake. I haven't encrypted something for the sake of brute forcing before, crazy enough. And I said, if you can crack this, I'll give you $1,000. And I even said it'd be easier to brute force it than decrypt it properly. And I put a file link up here so you can go download that file. Obviously, he responded very intelligently. Prize money, not high enough. Why'd the scroll happen there? The prize money's not high enough. Server costs alone, assuming you don't have proxy detection, will be $2,000. This would need to be a target with prize money of $100,000 or more to be worth my time and risk. Can someone in chat explain how proxy detection is helpful here? How does proxy detection, or what does proxy detection have to do with decrypting a file locally? Can anyone explain this to me? There we go. Nothing. There is no need for proxying anything because you download the file on your computer or server and try to decrypt it using the code that you generated. If you had to re-download the file every time or something, whatever. But that I made this challenge specifically so that I wouldn't have to eat a server cost as you prove that you're wrong, effectively. But as we've hopefully established at this point, Our friend Charlie doesn't seem to know how to read, which is why I got one of the most brutal ratios I've ever had in my life. Prize money not high enough, yada yada. Thank you for confirming you have reading comprehension issues. 13 to 1K. I'm proud of that. Anyways. Once again, I said if the data is worth the brute force, if you're offering a smaller subset of data, yada yada. In addition to the brute force methods I'm using, it does not differentiate between large and small subsets of data. It uses patterns and randomization to choose where to attack. I point out the proxy thing again, because he still hasn't addressed that. Do you use Cloudflare? Is this your own server? Do you use serverless with AWS that has some proxy detection built in? There are so many variations here. You didn't read the challenge. There are no network requests. Step 1, download file. Step 2, decrypt the file locally. I make a signal boost post because I think this thing is funny and I want others to see it. Someone replies, convince themselves they can crack any UUID in 24 hours. I presented, he actually went further. He said 12 hours. I presented the following challenge and they backed out because the server costs alone would be $2,000. This challenge runs locally. I dropped this bit here because a couple people were confused, which I understand. Thankfully, the people who were confused, other than our friend Charlie here, were not pretending that they knew how all of this worked. You also might see that Charlie is following me now. He was not when he started, which is a big part of why I was willing to talk so much shit, because he was not trying to figure things out. He was trying to assert lies. That is my line. If you innocently ask a question out of a place of misunderstanding, I would love to help where I can. If you are lying consistently, publicly, about a thing you do not understand, I will make you feel terrible for it, which is why we're all here today. My favorite post here is, I'll even give you a hint. The answer's on this page with a link to the Every UUID site. He jumped back in here. I wasn't going to respond because I'm tired of arguing for something that doesn't impact me. However, if you insist by making it so I can only decrypt locally, that means I'm limited to one server. What? How does having the file limit you more than having to hit an endpoint? What? The best part, the sorry Theo, nothing personal. After saying the stupidest possible thing. Thankfully, chat gets this. This literally means you're unlimited in scaling. So I know what trolls look like, and none of my troll senses have been going off throughout this one, even though I feel like they should be. Just the way he has asserted so many of these points and the way he's been trying to get real work and security seemingly publicly is just the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh, hi YouTube. I felt like I was going insane at this point. But I wasn't the only one who felt that way. Which is why our friend Nolan, who you might remember from the Million Checkboxes video, if you haven't seen that, I think that's a must watch. One of my favorite videos I've ever done because it was about his video, which is one of my favorite videos I've ever watched. Nolan is one of the most creative developers I've ever seen, making truly novel, exciting things on the web. And he made the Every UUID site, which was a crazy hack. Just an unreal, genuinely novel, insane hack in order to allow you to see every UUID on one page. He was excited about this, so he decided to go add a feature to the site, the Find Theo's UUID. So if you add to the end of the URL /#Theo, it will add this little box that will stay there as you scroll. And as you scroll, it will try to decrypt every UUID it'll try to decrypt the payload with every UUID you scroll by. This is particularly funny because he had to implement AES-256 in the browser for it himself. Nolan's a god. It did something really fucking cool with this. Give him a follow if you haven't. The dude's a legend. I'll leave his YouTube link in the description too, because you should follow him here. I have a feeling he's going to be making good content in the future. One of my favorite people in the space. The problem was, as I mentioned before, you can decrypt this file with random UUIDs. It's just that the result is nonsense. And if you look through the comments on my gist here, which there are a absolutely hilarious amount of at this point, people cracked it with this random UUID, and the output was gibberish. Someone in here said, oh, this is even better. This is Charlie. And what's even funnier is he got it through the website, and he super confidently states that he cracked it. And this was the result when you decrypt it with his ID. Because he wasn't checking what the output was, he was just checking if it would decrypt. But my challenge wasn't decrypt it. My challenge wasn't even tell me the text inside. It was crack this UUID. And nobody has gotten the right UUID yet. I've kept a close eye on this. I haven't checked today yet, so I'll triple check first and foremost. Nope. I gave the hint that the first two letters are TH, and it is a valid English sentence, so that filters could be added to the every UUID site so it wouldn't come up all the time. Because a lot of people, when they were scrolling, as you'll see in the screenshots here, had a success where it would decrypt with like $R. Obviously, that is not the right thing. So I gave the hint here. No one updated the site. People largely gave up. I even had a few friends who aren't in this dev world at all give it a shot too. I want to find one DM that I found pretty funny. Is there any way I can show just that? Okay, cool. There we go. I had one friend, Bonesy, who tried to do this with ChatGPT. She's not a dev, she's a gamer, but she tried to use ChatGPT to figure this out. And since AI hallucinates and since AI generates outputs based on what's most likely from the previous input, it hallucinated some very funny things here. The cake is a lie and you solve nothing, were what it guessed the text would be in that encrypted binary. And what was extra funny is she hadn't even given it the binary and it was still guessing. It even at some point, if I can find it, printed out the likelihood of given things. She thought I had made this a really crazy challenge and was hiding different potential decodes in it because the AI hallucinated that hard. No, I love you, Bonesy. I did nothing special here at all. I'll even show you guys the text that I've been hiding up until now. The challenge has been invalid for 48 hours at this point. Here is the text. There's a literal 0% chance you're able to get into this file. That was the text. Let me find the UUID quick, because I have it. I have a screenshot. Sorry, one sec. Found it. Here we are. The UUID. Now, want to see something real fun? I wanted to be sure every UUID worked. The site. Okay, it might be Firefox is broken. Let's try... Did that screenshot not capture right? 892CA87. Oh, yeah, it was off by one. There we go. Ta-da. When you paste the right UUID, you can Command F to it because of the wizardry that Nolan put in. And if I refresh the page and go to it, it decrypts. Literal 0% chance you're able to get into this file. Pretty cool. Nolan killed it in this. The only person who came out actually smart throughout. I thought this was the funniest thing ever, to make a website where you can scroll past every UUID, theoretically, and generate this. It would only take, I think it was 17 trillion years to do it, was the number somebody dropped that sounded like it made sense. It's kind of crazy. Hilarious, though. I want to see where this went, because I know it went further. I'm trying to remember where. I tweet too much. Yeah, I hate to keep harping on it, but the whole, like, his use of serverless here was very funny to me. Ever heard of serverless? I can use 10,000 servers at the same time and use the UUID itself as the register. By forcing me to decrypt locally, I now need to coordinate servers with my local. Highly complicates things and makes architecture much more complicated. No, it fucking doesn't. What? You have to keep track of the UUIDs you've gone through already, no matter what you do. So if you're brute forcing hitting a URL, or you're brute forcing decrypting a file, there is literally no difference except for the fact that my server can't rate limit you if I hand you a file instead. I literally created the perfect version of this challenge where if his assertions were true, he could trivially prove it and make some easy money. But instead, he said the stupidest possible things on the internet. I am so amused that for some reason he has deluded himself into thinking that brute forcing URLs is somehow easier to orchestrate than brute forcing a decryption. Good point from chat. You technically don't need to keep track since the odds of hitting duplicates are so low. Yeah. It's very possible we have been trolled, but I have a feeling if we have been trolled here, it's this legendary comic. Joke's on them, I was only pretending. But I don't think he was. I think chat's onto it here. Fragile ego, guy was definitely for real. Yeah. Charlie watched some computer file videos on encryption and IDs. Bro is more likely dumb. Yep. What's his pinned tweet? You know, this guy's just stupid. I haven't made a video going after somebody like this before, but I don't care. I lost so much of my time and sanity to this absolute chaos of a thread and a challenge that I have to get something back for it. Some part of me should probably feel bad. None do. I have said all I have to do. Maybe he was vibe thinking. Now tell us with a straight face that it wasn't worth it. Okay. I can't. It was worth it. This was so fun for me. This is all I've been talking about for like 2 days now. This whole thing was such a genuine, absurd journey that I wanted to share it with y'all. This was a fun one. I know this is nothing like my normal videos, but I hope you guys enjoyed the journey I had to go on here. Let me know what you thought. Do you enjoy these chaotic deep dives on random fucking things, or would you prefer I stick to real traditional topics? Let me know. And until next time, keep generating. Until next time, keep your UUID safe. You never know who might steal one. God damn it. Lovable with hacking? Oh boy. That's great. That's hilarious. I saw some Dexerto thing somebody was mentioning. I'm curious about this. We're actually doing pretty good on time here. We got 4 real videos, multiple our priority. I don't know if I care enough to do the style components one. I'm going to be honest, guys. Assigned URLs expire. That's a big difference. My problem with the framework is Linux, not the framework. Oh shit, thanks Artem. Are you Artem from Lovable? Let me thank all the subs I missed while we were doing all of this. Jesus Christ, Twitch chat. Nope, no worries. Making sure I keep track of who's who. Okay. Don't think I thank Fake Lira. We'll start with you. Thank you for the Prime stuff. Friction himself throwing another gift. Thank you for that. Folds throw with the Prime. Buffoon Spoon with the Prime. Friction throwing another gift. Friction throwing 3. Thank you so much for those. We got Rondos here with the Prime. Nightmare965 with the Prime. And Andrew with the Prime as well. Thank you all. And Breaksec for the raid. Appreciate that. What the fuck is this? I'll read this later. Maybe. I'm insanely busy. Have I heard of Zero? If only you knew. Only you knew. I'm sorry, YouTube chat. Blame YouTube for me not being able to see anything. Ugh. Imagine if the other account was me the whole time. The OpenAI hat's on a different floor. I'm not dealing with that shit right now. I'm feeling pretty good about what we got done today. I need to go film a bunch of other random shit, finish packing, get out of here. I think we're going to wrap up. Figure out who we're throwing you guys at. We're ending earlier, so we have... Oh, shit, Gonsi. We're absolutely throwing you guys at Gonsi, unless there's someone I like actually owe a raid to. There isn't. Gonsi it is. Sorry for throwing you guys at a stream in different language, but for those who do speak it, it'll be fun. Best Spanish JavaScript streamer by far. Have fun with Gonsi. I'll see you guys next week. Oh, Midu, yeah, Midu and Gonsi, they're the two best. I can't believe I forgot. I will never forget about Midu as a person, but I forget to think of him as the Spanish JavaScript guy. They're both awesome. I love Gonsi and Midu so much. They've been the most supportive people for me. Like they were supporting me before fucking English streamers were. So yeah, send all the love you can to Gonsi for me. Thank you guys as always. I will see you next week. Maybe I'll see you in Miami. If you're going to be there, let me know. See you there. Goodbye. Goodbye to YouTube as well.